Good morning, good good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Happy Friday. Hello, can you hear me? Welcome in. We are making 3 yummy things today, maybe 4. We're making chicken and chorizo risotto, which I'm very excited for. Very excited. I've been waiting all week to make chicken chorizo risotto. It was coincidental actually because I'd planned it this time last week. I planned the menu like a week in advance. Last weekend we had chicken and chorizo jambalaya with prawns and like shrimp. It was really good. And I was like, oh my God, this is like fueling my fire even more. And then we are making a potato and leek soup. And then finishing with, we're going to probably start making that first. We're going to make easy crusty bread. So I got a special request, which I'm always open for. Grumpy Gamer asked me one of the recipes in our cookbook, First Things First. She was like, can you step me through this? And I was like, sure, I'm very, very keen to do that. Anytime you guys have any, we did it 2 weeks ago when I was asked to make the Swiss roll loaf, the Swiss jelly loaf or jelly loaf or whatever you call it. If you guys have issues with stuff, you want me to step you through it, you want me to troubleshoot it together, I'm here for it. And so the soup is going to go really nicely with the bread. It's going to be good. It's going to be real good. Good morning, Margot. How you doing? Roselli, good evening to you. Kid Kerry, hello. How you doing? Pro tip, homemade French fries to dip into the soup. That's the selling point on it. Hold on. So isn't that like feeding pork to a pig? In the fact of they're the same thing, like giving bacon to a pig or whatever, like dipping French fries in a potato soup. That's next level. Fried potato in the potato and leek soup, yeah. It's like giving a chicken. Absolutely, I like it. Just made half a recipe of your naan bread. Got good reviews, it's a keeper. Thank you. I personally love the naan bread as well. Thank you. And thank you for the people that are reviewing and making the recipes and reviewing them, leaving comments, also giving feedback to me. It's really appreciated. If you haven't checked out missmollymakes.com, do that. I'm ready for bed already. Margot, is it been that kind of day already? But it's nearly the weekend. Whoever else is in chat, give me a holla. If you're lurking or if you are watching the VOD, whatever time space you're in, I hope it is a good one and you are doing well. So we're going to go last time on, show what the things we did on the last stream. What do we do? Chorizo, no. We made pizza. We didn't end up doing the risotto because we were going to do it on Wednesday. We only did pizza. We did 6 types of pizza. Whew, it was a lot. It was a good stream. We did an outdoor stream. Cheeky, like a little bit outdoors. You just saw the barbecue and a little bit of me. But definitely keen to do more of that type of thing, more outdoor stuff. We're going to work on our outdoor setup. This is a breakfast pizza to start with. Then we did an apple, prosciutto, goat's cheese, something else. Then we did a tandoori chicken pizza with mango chutney and a sour cream swirl, a potato and rosemary pizza, fig and ricotta, I think. There were 6. Oh, and then we finished off with a calzone. Never made a calzone, never eaten a calzone before, but we made one. It was pretty good. It was okay. I wouldn't write home about it. Grumpy Gamer, thank you for the resub. So 3 subs, resubs, and gifted subs, and 12 new people in the form of follows on Wednesday's stream. Grumpy, thank you for 41 months. We're going to get into making, first things first, easy crusty bread. I'll show you how to do it. It's super easy. Midwest on Thursday, and I am tuned in. I missed half of that message. It was on the screen. I should have read it earlier. Blacksmith, can you repost it? Guys, if you've posted anything that I haven't seen, repost it, because I'm a bit slow on the uptake. Because I'm busy first thing in the stream. Krista, welcome back. Flossie, 3 consecutive streams this month. Nice to see you here. All right. Okay. Next thing is we do a deep dive into Discord, show you what the community has been cooking and eating. And I haven't... Oh, shit. 1 second. Luckily, that was only general. Oh. Hold on. Switch accounts. We need like a... It usually doesn't happen that I show my personal one. Okay. See it coming back at you. Okay, I'm back. Another cool cooking stream. Let's make some amazing eats. Let's do it. Okay. Life has been so stressful and busy lately, but your stream has been my comfort, so thank you. It's fantastic to see you as always, and I hope that things get better, or you get stronger and get more, better at kind of coping with the stress. And I hope you're doing really well. And I'm glad to hear. It's really great to hear that you're finding comfort in the stream. Okay, so we got the blacksmith. Tonight's dinner, sriracha chicken stir fry. Hello. Look at this. Ooh. So we got Brussels sprouts in there, looks like. Some capsicum or bell peppers. I don't know, I can't make it. There's a lot of chicken. Bean sprouts? It looks good, whatever is in there. Yum, thank you for sharing. Guys, can we get some cookie hearts? Thank you, Roselli. Cookie hearts for Floss. Liz posted this. Did America really ask for this? It seems to be Little Caesars corn cob crust pizza. I feel like that would make the base really soggy. Seems really weird. I can honestly say, I don't think I've ever had, the like Domino's or Pizza Hut did like the stuffed crust with like the cheese or the meat pies or the burger. Like they did all these like fancy crusts. I don't think I've ever eaten them. I had the puff pastry pizza once or twice. That was good, and then they've never brought it back. I did like the puff pastry pizza, but I'm not a big fan. Exceed made a joke after Wednesday's stream and said that something about me not liking Domino's. that we unfortunately this household misses out on like all the weird wacky flavors or whatever because I don't do Domino's, which I just don't like it. Glass noodles, caramelized onions as well. Oh, that sounds good. Margot's Hello Fresh always looks so good. Chicken and roast veggie salad. This is really making me want to make something similar. Roast carrots and roast pumpkin. What else? What are the roasties in there? Are in there? Hey Google, add roast pumpkin to my shopping list. I mean just pumpkin.
Okay, I added roast to the list called My Shopping List.
Hey Google, add pumpkins to my shopping list. Thank you for sharing, Margot. Was it delicious?
Got it. I added
roast
pumpkins.
Potato and roast. I can't even see a zucchini. They must have all that. Maybe this is this little bit under here. Looks good. Tiramisu, hash brown over easy eggs, bacon toast, a little sour cream on the tates. Ooh, nice. That looks good. What else we got? Thank you for sharing, Taryn. Wolf, just put my slow cooker on for the night. Interesting. Oh, chicken drumsticks. So you put it on for the night. I personally only do chicken for like a few hours, like 2 to 3 hours. And I don't know many people who put it on overnight, unless I'm taking it to work the next day. Have you guys do that? Like, have you done that? Do you do that? Put it on overnight? Pretty good thing. You wake up and your house smells amazing. But I think I have done bone broth overnight.
Insert witty food
and I woke up in the middle of the night and I couldn't, like he woke me up and I couldn't sleep anymore because the house smelled amazing. Like it was really hard to sleep. Insert witty food related pun. Hey Lance, welcome in. Are you having a good week? Tell me something that's happened this week for you. Thank you for your resub. What else we got? Casserole finish. This is the finished chicken casserole. Nice. I have hiccups now. Looks good. You know this would be really good with? Those American biscuit dumplings on top like we did last week. It's hard for me to keep something going overnight. I'm the same way. Like you just get woken up by food smells and then you just wake up hungry. Yeah, that's better. I've got such a Molly problems have. I have flour underneath my mouse, so it was like squeaking. I wouldn't like conduct very well. This is a really interesting video. I really liked this. Anne Reardon, How to Cook That, really educational food scientist, great videos. And she was breaking down the intricacies of different types of cocoa and the flavors of them and how crap, once you have good chocolate, you go back to Lindt or the big companies and you realize they're not very good, they're not very flavorful. And I've also been doing more research on chocolate the last few days. I don't know, it just sometimes I get a topic in my head and I just like to research it. Learning about chocolate in Europe compared to America and different parts of Europe, how the chocolate is changed. Like, so what defines chocolate. And so, I don't know if I should talk about it now because I'm kind of going off on a tangent, but it was interesting. So to define something as chocolate in the US, it has to have at least 10% cocoa solids, whereas Canada's 20%, Europe is 35%. So that's why you get the richer flavor from European style chocolate like Belgium, Swiss chocolate, because they're higher cocoa solids and less sugar, whereas the US has less cocoa solids as a requirement and more sugar. So it's really interesting. We're getting scammed in the US. It's just because it comes down to the flavor profile of North Americans like things sweeter, whereas Europeans like things buttery and richer. And yeah, I'm not saying that there isn't like that type of chocolate available, but it's just kind of like on a kind of generalization.
Chocolate, my favorite subject. What a time to come in.
VCK, 14 months. Thank you for the resub, legend. How you doing? I did see your post coming up soon. Thank you for 14 months. Kate, is it weird or nah? I don't know how I feel. I'm not a massive fan of like pine lime, which is pineapple and lime, let alone with white chocolate. This would be a nah for me. So this is chocolatier splice. So when we were kids, I don't know if they're still available. They were an ice cream covered in like ice. I don't know how to explain that, but it's like an ice cream on a paddle stick, but then it's covered with like a flavored ice. And it was very common. It was called a splice because it was pine lime with the vanilla ice cream. And they were nice, but I wouldn't choose that over like a chocolate or whatever. Splice ice cream is still available, okay. So creamy white chocolate egg bursting with zesty pine lime crunch. It'd be enough for me. What about you guys? Would you try this? Pineapple and lime, tropical with white chocolate? Like it could have its place. Like it'd be maybe nice on a cheesecake or something. Maybe like a key lime cheesecake. I love this. I love you guys sharing things that you see at the grocery store. I always take photos, and sometimes I don't post them, but I need to get better. It's just different products that are like weird and different. So this is from Kate. Thank you for sharing, Kate. And this is from Taryn Cookie Dough Twix. So there's no caramel in it. Talking about cookie dough, I have had a hand-scribbled recipe on my office bench for like a month at least for edible cookie dough. Is that something that you guys would like? Because this edible cookie dough is something that we could do to recreate this. Not a fan of white chocolate. Okay. That sounds dangerous. Yeah. I'm planning on maybe once a month, once every 2 weeks, doing like a Miss Molly remakes where it's scheduled in, you guys send in ideas and we remake it. Like we remake a Twix or we remake this Twix. We remake different stuff. I think we need to bring back Miss Molly remakes. So what should be the first thing we remake? Your cookie dough is incredible, is edible already. I eat as much as it is. But some people don't like that it's got egg in it. So you could omit the egg. But I'm talking about something that is like basically shelf stable or fridge stable for a few days. Thank you for sharing, Taryn. I want to review. Knights Camp, look at this. The way the colour is from top to bottom, it looks like it is all one milkshake. Is that chocolate whipped cream on top and iced chocolate at the bottom? Because it looks really good. Like, I wasn't sure if it was like that it was so icy that they overfilled it and you need to, like, you had so much pressure that you had to drink it really quickly, or it was filled to the brim and then they piped whipped cream on top. It looks amazing. I don't think I'd ever heard of this place before because previously you posted the hot chocolate and this is called Hotel Chocolate. Chocolate. I Googled it actually. Is it an actual hotel or is it just like a, I don't know, a store that's called hotel? It must have begun in a hotel maybe. It looks really good. Remake a cookie dough ice cream. Like a Baskin Robbins cookie dough or a Ben & Jerry's ice cream. Krista, grilled center cut pork chops. I don't know what a center cut pork chop is. With roasted carrots and salad. It looks delicious though. Simply dressed. Is that a dressing in the background, like with pomegranate? Hey Google, what are center cut pork chops?
On the website colemannatural.com, they say, center-cut pork chops include that same rib bone and the same loin meat. But on the other side of the bone is another piece of meat, a richer, darker piece of tenderloin.
Oh, so I would say that would be like a T-bone. So you've got the bone in the middle and then you've got your two pieces on the side. Like a T-bone is your, let me remember, New York strip or like your porterhouse on one side and then another cut. Is that what it means? I hope it's good. I don't often eat a lot of pork chops. I did see Chef Negan post them on Twitter just this morning. Yeah, pork, so it is a pork T-bone, nice. Yeah, Exceed and I don't eat a lot of pork. I like pork mince and I like pork belly, but Exceed doesn't like the flavour. So we don't eat it too much. It's good. Alrighty, let's get into some food. I have some chorizos here. So we're gonna chop these up later. the chorizo. We could probably just use one, but I'm gonna use two. And then this recipe is going to be on the website on Monday. So I need to make enough of it that I can eat some for lunch and take a photo of. So we'll probably do quite a larger portion. But first things first, we're gonna get into bread. So thank you to Grumpy Gamer for this request. This is Easy Crusty Loaf from First Things First. She asked me to step you through it, and I love it. I want to show you this because I want to heat these up. I saw this on Instagram. One of my friends was making it. And I don't know, I haven't really looked if it's a thing. Maybe it's like a TikTok thing or something. Basically, you cook potatoes, boil them, chop them in half or quarters, and then make a bed. It looked like a parmesan and spices. I use panko, parmesan, and spices. And then you press it into the parmesan and bake them. And so I've done that, and I just flip them over, and they become like encrusted with parmesan and panko breadcrumbs. And then I'm like made like a crema to dip them. They weren't fantastic. I think they need longer baking time, but this is what they kind of turned out like. So very simple, need a bit longer baking, I think, but they were pretty nice. I don't know if they're worth the effort. But completely just missed my mouth. Something different. I suppose I'm very behind in some aspects because I don't. Hey Google, close bedroom blind. I don't watch TikTok.
Sure. Closing the bedroom blind.
I don't have it downloaded on my computer. I just don't like the idea of it. And I'm trying to reduce my social media. So all these food trends and stuff, it's like I'm oblivious to it. There's a big black Labrador at the park across the road. Hey Google, activate dark mode.
Got it. Activating dark mode.
Labrador. The dogs are taking a fancy. They don't like anyone at their park. Make Hasselback potatoes instead. They are so much nicer. I've never made Hasselback potatoes before. I've only done those accordion potatoes. They're pretty cool. A lot of effort though, but the crunch was nice. All right, so the things you'll need is a bowl. We're gonna grab some yeast. First things first, here. I found this since our move. This is what I used to use on the stream all the time. Okay, so you wanna go to, let me remember what page it is. The beginning or the end? The end, all right? There we go. Easy crusty bread. Recipe 48 in the original book. Okay, so the things we'll need. 1.5 teaspoons of yeast. This is not in grams. It is in cups. Old Molly. 1.5 teaspoons of yeast, 1.25 cups of warm water, 1.5 teaspoons of salt, and 2.5 cups of plain flour. Do you keep yeast in the fridge? Yes. Yeast, whether it be instant or dry active, I recommend keeping in the fridge or the freezer. Sometimes if I've got a really large portion and it doesn't fit in here, then I keep some in the freezer and some in the fridge. It just keeps it dehydrated and dry, cool, and it's, prevents it from activating and going off. You can keep it basically forever in the freezer, in the fridge. Dry active though needs to be kept in the fridge in the little sachets. I have a blog post coming up that's going to be released on Monday, and it's going to give you kind of a lowdown on the differences between the little sachets, which are dry active yeast, and instant yeast, and how to store them, how to proof them, the differences, how to substitute between them, and that's coming up on Monday. It's a great question. Yeah. Okay. Now, this recipe, as I said, is in cups. You can use grams, but I haven't stipulated it there. So the thing is, you need to work out. It's a 300 grams. No, it's not. No, it's not. 150. It's 375 grams of plain flour with 1¼ cups. So that's 310 grams of water. And then you can continue same way. Really easy. I love potato milk soup. Well, it loves you back. All right, so the things you'll need to do. Combine yeast and warm water in a large bowl and let the yeast proof for about 5 minutes until the mixture looks nice and foamy, okay? This is something that is not completely required because we're using instant yeast. Instant yeast is a newer technology of commercial yeast. It is smaller granules. They activate quicker and they don't need to be proofed. However, I still recommend that you do it because it checks, number one, it checks that the yeast is alive. It's less likely that the yeast is going to die compared to the little sachets of dry active because of the newer technology and the way that it's created. But it's going to make sure that it's alive. 2, it's going to kickstart and boost your recipe. So you're making sure that it is active and bubbly before we put the flour in so that you make sure it's alive. You don't waste any ingredients with, you can make the whole recipe, wait for an hour and there's no movement. Your yeast is dead and you've wasted all the ingredients unless you've got more yeast in the backup, in your fridge or whatever. So number 2 is that it kickstarts. By activating the yeast, you could use a little bit of sugar. You don't need to with instant yeast. Just a bit of warm water will be fine. But if that's quick and it's kind of like getting a coffee in the morning, you activate it, then it's ready to go when it hits the flour, and it just kickstarts your recipe and kind of boosts it. So that's my other recommendation. So that's why I always say err on the side of caution and proof both, okay? We're gonna grab some warm water. The other tip about warm water, with water when making bread and anytime you're using yeast, is the water needs to be at a right temperature. So if you've got this cookbook, you can flick to the page called yeast. So at the beginning of the book, there is a whole page of yeast information here, and it tells you here proofing. So begin with the liquids, typically water or milk. They should be warm to the touch but not too hot. You can use a thermometer to make sure they're between 41 to 46 degrees Celsius or 110 to 115 Fahrenheit, okay? So you don't want the water too hot. You want it just to be warm enough. Err on the side of caution. If you do not have a thermometer, it's better to be colder than hotter, because if the water is cool, it is going to just activate slower. You've got like a window. You've got this like window, right? So if you go below freezing, it's gonna, I think it's below some ridiculous. It's really, really cold. It's gonna kill your yeast because it's too cold to survive, right? But then there's this gray area, so it's like here, right? So this space between here and here, this temperature, is perfect. A really great. Let me start again. The space between here and here is okay temperature to proof your yeast. The space between here is perfect. It's like a warm bath, beautiful environment to activate your yeast effectively. Any hotter above here, it's too hot, your yeast is going to die. It's like boiling it to death, and it's like putting it into the inferno for the yeast, okay? So what you're aiming is to be from here between here. This is the slow zone. This is the nice good zone. So if you don't have a thermometer and you don't want to risk going too high, it's better to be in this zone because the yeast will activate, but it'll just activate slower. And that's what I'm okay with. Like I'd rather you guys be in this zone and go cool than be too hot if you don't have a thermometer or you're learning, okay? And you don't have any questions about that? Feel free to ask any questions. Okay, so we want 1 1/4 cups of warm water. Okay, thanks, will do. I made your soft burger buns recently, but they were a bit of a fail in terms of rising. Still tasted great. When you say rising, what do you mean? They just they took a long time? They are what we say is an enriched dough, so they will take longer. They'll need extra time. Sometimes you can increase the amount of yeast to kind of give it a bit of an extra push, but a warm environment for a little bit longer is recommended because of the fat in there, the oil or the butter, that just inhibits and makes it slow. It took ages, but they were pretty flat once baked. Okay, it just means you need to proof them a little bit longer so that they get some air, and then in the oven they'll increase in size. What I'll do, Flossie, I'll give you some tips today, and I'll show you how to make sure that they're proofed perfectly before you put them in the oven, so that they're full of air, and so when you go into the oven, they get a nice rise. Same with any type of bread. I'll show you on this, okay? Wetter, okay. It could have been the environment. You could do the exact measurements. Hey, Kate. You could do the exact measurements, like perfect amount of flour by weight, like 150 grams or whatever. And then the second time you make it, you're still perfect, same amount of measurements, doing it by weight, but the environment has changed. Maybe it's more humid. Like that day, maybe it is a little bit cooler. Maybe you're cooking in a different kitchen and the elevation, like you're at a higher altitude. Those type of things can take effect as well. And that's why I say with the tips and tricks is like kneading it for like 10 minutes at least. And then if it's still a little bit sticky, add a teaspoon. Wondering if the weather could have been an issue. Yeah, it's one of those little things that's a bit unfortunate, a bit frustrating. But I could make the same recipe now, and I could make the same recipe on the weekend, and it's forecast for rain on the weekend, and the recipe be slightly different. It's just because there's more moisture in the air, the flour isn't as thirsty and things like that. Cookie Kit, welcome in. All right, just measuring out this water. Making sure I've got 1 1/4 cups, okay? So 1 1/4 cups of warm water into the bowl. I'm just making exactly as per the recipe. And we want 1 1/2 teaspoons of yeast. You're good today? How are you? Me? I'm doing good. We're a little bit late for stream, so I apologise for that. Sometimes Exceed and I get into a conversation or like we get talking about something, and then like today we were in the pantry and he was making coffee and we just started talking about some stuff, and then then he like finished the coffee, walked around, he's like, it's 8 o'clock. And I'm like, oh shit. And I hadn't done my makeup, I hadn't got ready. So sometimes things don't go to plan. But yes, I'm doing good. How are you doing? All right, so half, 1.5 teaspoons like that. And today we're using bread flour. So, oh no, we're not. We're using plain flour in lieu of bread flour. We want a lighter, fluffier result and something that's the whole purpose of this cookbook, First Things First, the whole purpose of it was really easy to find ingredients, very simple recipes and delicious food that you can make at home. And that's why this recipe is very basic and it uses no fancy bread flour, it just uses plain stuff. And it is a really easy recipe that I make all of the time. And once you get to know it, what happens is you start to you should be able to know the texture and the consistency, and you don't have to make it again. Like you don't have to measure it. Like I just make it by sight and feel now. Can you guys hear the music, or is it off for just me? Doing some processing, so I'm watching today. Some processing. What does that mean? Okay. So this is what we're looking for. And does anyone know the term we call it around here? All right, so just breaking up any big clumps of yeast like that. I should have given it a mix, but I was too busy talking. Okay, this is my favorite thing. Can hear it, okay. Maybe it's just me. My earbuds turned off. All right, so what we're looking for are yeast, farts, bubbles. I once made a joke about calling them yeast farts, and it's kind of just stuck forever. Yeah, so what we're looking for is yeast farts. Basically what happens is the yeast starts to activate and it starts to create carbon dioxide, which is bubbles. And sometimes the yeast will sink to the bottom initially and then it will come to the surface like that. If we wait long enough, you'll be able to see. And you get like these little explosions. They look like, it's kind of like a God view of fireworks. It's like underwater fireworks. It's amazing to watch. It's really, really cool. Catcha. Got to watch out for those yeast farts. That's it. So we can already start to see that there's some bubbles going on. It's changing. So that means to me that some movement, some action, that the yeast is alive. So, it might not have been 5 minutes yet, but I know that I can continue. With dry active yeast, the same thing will occur. It'll just happen slower. But you need to make sure that you proof it for a little bit longer. So there is action and movement. But what happens with the dry active yeast, because it's a larger granule, you need to make sure that it's basically all dissolved. Instant yeast, you just need to see some movement, whereas active in the little sachets, you need to proof it so it's for at least 5 minutes so it's all foamy, okay? Explosive yeast farts, please send help. Yeah. So let's look at that. I could actually show you, well, we could have done a side-by-side. Something water and yeast. Do you want to do a side-by-side of both instant yeast and dry active yeast, and I can show you the difference? Is that something that would help you? How many of you guys have the sachets of dry active and use them? Or how many people use instant? I bought these for to take a photo and to do recipe testing because I have been researching and some kind of posts that I saw, other people's posts, have allured to the fact that dry active yeast has a better flavour than instant yeast. It's only purely the fact that this yeast activates slower. He's like a tortoise and he's like a hare, okay? Where's the okay. So when you think of the yeast, you got to think of like this is the tortoise, the turtle, and this is the hare or the rabbit, right? So they both will get there. This will just happen slower and this will happen quicker. This is a lot more reliable, and that's why I always use it. This is not as reliable. It gets there, but slower. But the benefits of the slower proof are that they allow time for the flour to hydrate, and there are other things going on while the yeast is proofing that benefit the dough. So while this takes an hour, this might take an hour and a half to proof. In that time, it allows more time for the flour to absorb the moisture and more time for the protein to unwind from gliadin and glutenin to gluten to create the gluten. So it creates better structure. And that slower proof time actually has the opportunity to make more complex flavors. So more alcohol and more, enriched kind of better flavor in the dough. So that's what the benefit for this is. However, that can be replicated by using less. So you could use half the amount of this to get the results. It will take longer, similar time to this, but you have that opportunity to make the yeast, make the dough taste as good as this. So it doesn't mean that the dry yeast is better. It just means that there are benefits to the slower proof that can be replicated in this. So I'm trying to find a way that I can verbalize that and explain that succinctly in a blog post. And I did try to explain it, but it didn't come across the right way to the mod, so I need to rewrite that section. But I have written up a blog post that I hope is informational and educational for you guys. But I'd like to hear questions because then I can answer them in the post. So if you have any questions about yeast, things that you've maybe had issues with in the past, there's no dumb questions. I really want to focus on providing information. And if I don't know it, it gives me an opportunity to educate myself and then write that down and we learn together. But my overall takeaway, if you take something away from this, I want you to know that these are good to use. However, I do recommend instant yeast because dry active yeast it's kind of like, I don't know, you know how I like to use analogies for everything and I like to compare them so that, I don't know if it's good for you, but it's good for my brain to explain it in a way that might make more sense. This is like really new and polished, and it's like a newer video game, for instance. They're newer, they're polished, they're done by like a AAA game, right? Whereas this is like older, a bit more retro and a bit buggy, right? So sometimes you load into the game and this has a big bug and it's basically dead. Whereas this is like a fresh, polished game and it's really, really consistent and you'll never really have any issues with that. And that's why I recommend, that's why we all really go for AAA games, right? The majority of us like a AAA game because they're consistent, maybe a bit basic, but they're gonna get you there. Whereas this yeast, the dry active yeast, is a bit buggy, a bit retro, and sometimes you might open a sachet and the yeast is completely dead. Like there's no action going on in the bowl and means you need to throw it out and get another sachet or buy a whole new packet. And I don't really recommend that because I don't like recommending you go buy more money. And it's like me recommending a shitty product. So that's why I don't often use this or I don't recommend buying it. But in the blog post that I have written, there is a kind of basically like a what's what I'm saying? Like a substitution kind of format. So if you have dry active yeast and you want to use the and you don't have instant, but the recipe calls for instant, you need to use 3 times as much of this. I think, yes. And then if you have instant, but it calls for dried active, you need to use 1/3 of less. So if this calls for 1 teaspoon, you add 2/3 of a teaspoon of this. I think that's the analogy. It's written down. I'll make sure that I get it for you. But you can use both, but because this is slower, you need more of it to boost. Make sense? Cool. Molly had a good, productive day. You're making a recipe. You want to make leek stir fry is good too. Yeah. We're just starting on some bread first. But let's do this. Let's do this test. Or like, not really a test, but I will get some more water. And we'll do 2 breads. And we'll compare them. Compare the pair. Okay. So what I like to do is get 2 bowls like this, and I get some tape. See if the tape is still. There we go. This is just washi tape, so it means that it comes off really easily. And we're going to compare instant yeast and dry active yeast. I'm going to show you the difference. Okay. I'm going to turn my tap off. Okay. Instant and dry active. Cool. So you guys can see. Can you see that? You'll know, just because I got 2 completely different bowls. We want 1 1/4 cups of warm water in both. So turn this on. And we'll add some water. To make sure that it's an even race, I'm going to make sure that the water is all the same temperature. Okay. So all the same temperature. We want 1 1/4 cups, so just 310 mils. There we go. 1 1/4 into there. And I'm going to do a 1-for-1 with the yeast. I'm not going to substitute them. Just a little bit more. Okay. So we want 1 1/2 teaspoons of instant yeast in here. Like that. And then make sure that's all dry. Give that a mix. You'll be proud of me. I hopefully, cross our fingers, fixed the issue with this camera turning off. I extended the cable and I think we're good to go. So I'm just going to whisk that in like that. Should be fine. Okay, and then this is the sachet of dry active. And we are going to add 1 1/2 teaspoons of this as well. Okay. There we go. I need a little bit of yeast on the floor. Cool. Give that a mix. And I'll show you the difference already. So I've mixed them together and you can already start to see. This is the instant yeast, which is already bubbly, but it was already like that. It was already bubbly when I mixed it in. Whereas this, it's really hard to show you, but the granules are so large that they all sink to the bottom. So the granule size, see, there's nothing on the top, whereas this has already started to bubble. It's been a few minutes, you know, in between them, but this was already started to bubble, and it was already quite quick and active because of the granule size is smaller. Whereas this will take a while. It's going to take at least 5 to 10 minutes to watch, you know, to see any movement. What I can do is show you the difference between the granule size. See if I can. Okay. So just while that, I don't want to disrupt it too much. Okay, so here, this is dry active. And this is instant. It's only, to your naked eye, it's very minute. You probably won't be able to see the difference in the camera. I was hoping that it would focus. There we go. So, I don't know if you can see the difference between the size. So this is dry active and this is instant. They're about half, maybe about like 2/3 smaller than the dry active. See if I put them up two against each other. So it means, yeah, you can see a bit better now. See the difference of sizes? The dry active is bigger than the instant yeast. So it means that in a teaspoon, you're gonna get more of the instant yeast. And it's also gonna, because it's got more surface area, it's gonna dissolve a lot quicker. So just seeing if the lighting plays a part. But yeah, very fine size, whereas this is a bit bigger. Yeah, maybe half, maybe double size. 2/3 to maybe double. There we go. Yeah, just something I thought I'd show you. And that's the inside of my tea. Okay, so look at this. This is our dry active. No movement, a little bit of bubbles. So there possibly is something going to happen there, but you just need to wait for it to activate. Yeah, it seems that it's getting cloudy. The bubbles are coming. Whereas here, very bubbly, very foamy. Water could be possibly a little bit colder. Yeah, see? More action, stuff coming up to the bottom, a lot foamier. Oh, this is happening. Look, it's happening. So this is the yeast farts, like I was talking about. So let's just come to the surface, and any moment now. I know this might be a bit boring, but I like it. I like to watch. See the action coming? And there will be soon, any moment, there'll be just stuff coming up to the surface. Super fun and interesting in the Molly stream. Oh, my Bluetooth device did turn off. So anyway, I haven't got any music. Okay. Can you see it? Where's it gonna be? There we go. Look at that. So I couldn't increase it if I give it a bit of movement like this. There we go. But yeah, all in all, that's very bubbly, very active. The water seems to be quite cold. It's cooler in this room than I was expecting. But also, the thing you need to take into account is when you measure the warm water, it's in a plastic jar or a plastic container. You pour it into a glass jar that's cold. It's gonna reduce the temperature further. So it's best to put the water, measure it, put it into your container, then test it. Usually with your thermometer, because you might need to top it up with a bit of extra warm water or whatever, or make it a little bit hotter than you think. But it's not going to kill your yeast at the end of the day. You want to err on the side of caution. So yeah, this yeast is taken quite a while. There's no movement. No movement at the station. Oh, here we go. Little bits. I know this is really thrilling for some of you. I know some people don't care, but I like it. And I think it's educational. I think it's important to know. See, they're all coming to the surface. They're like little aliens migrating through. Look at that. So each granule will start to activate and then that come to the surface and then bubble. They're like little tiny worms coming to the surface. I love it. I think it's one of the coolest things in the universe. Look at that. Yes! Yeah! Look at that! Yes! Ah, yes! See, I told ya. It's amazing. It's amazing. Did you see that? Incroyable. That's why I love yeast. I just love it. I don't know, it's crazy, but it's a thing to say, yeah. Never attempted to make anything bread rolls ever until I started. Really? That's awesome. Yeast flatulence. That was pretty cool, not gonna lie. Told you, you guys were like doubting me like, Molly, this is really shit. This is taking forever. This is really boring. That's a huge yeast fart. That's a good one. Like, that was exciting. Knowing what to look for helps a lot. Yeah. So what you're just looking for is bubbles. And like that. You know, movement, foaminess. It's good. Okay? Trust me. I know sometimes what I do in an effort to teach may seem real boring, but it's one of those things that are important to know what to look for. You don't have to like wait for that, you know, as long as you see some movement, it's usually pretty good. I err on the side of caution with dry active, like I proof it properly. Instant, I just make sure it bubbles. But you need to know why something is doing its activity and why, and it makes you a better cook. Like, what the hell did I just do? And knowing, yeah, like, you might all prefer instant yeast. Do prefer instant yeast, it's better. But if you're gonna do dry active, know what to look for, know why it's taking a little longer, and give it a little bit extra if you want, okay? So we're gonna move on to the flour. I'm gonna get rid of this yeast because I don't need it. And yeast is pretty cheap, so I don't stress too much about using more of it. Okay. Kate, I made this thing, I saw it, one of my friends making on Instagram, and I have no context of what recipe or whatever, I just did something myself. Basically, you cook potatoes, and then you put a bed of like parmesan, and I made panko and spices, and then you push the potatoes in there and bake it. Is that something that is on TikTok or Instagram? Is it like a food trend that I'm missing? And then I flip them over. But yes, it is definitely a trend. Okay, so like I don't do, it's really bad for, I really should be more onto food trends, but I just don't like to be really on social media. So I rely on you guys. Kate, I rely on you. Send me food trends. But I did make these yesterday. I wouldn't rate them. I didn't think they're amazing. But I had panko breadcrumbs to make them crunchier with some paprika, garlic powder, I think that was it. Salt and pepper. And a bit of cumin in there as well. They use a lot of butter, so it's more like a spread. Oh no, all right, I didn't see that. I just saw someone put like a tray and then grated. This was just a friend. I don't know if she did something different, but she put parmesan and then spices on a tray. Gets boiled potato. I used boiled potatoes. I don't know if she did. Just put them on there and then bake them. So maybe, I don't know, if it, send me the food trend. But they're nice. They're not very good on their own. I made them with a, this is like my go-to dipping sauce. If it's not Chipotle, okay, I'm a one-trick pony sometimes. But I know what I like. If I want like a crema or something, sour cream, like this, lime juice, and sometimes it's okay to use a squeezy jar. A little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. You could add some cumin in there, but that is just good on its own. Look at that. Grab them, get a little one of these guys, and then just dunk it in there. And pretend it didn't just come out of the oven and it's scorching hot. Oh. Ooh. A crunchy wedge. But this dipping sauce, I put it on salmon, coconut prawns or coconut chicken. That's really good, and the wedges are good as well. So yeah, we'll just taken a detour. I'm sorry, we're still making bread. I just got distracted because I saw Kate here. Okay, bread, back to bread. So, dry active, instant yeast, and we're doing a very scientific study. So I'm going to measure out, even though I don't usually, I'm going to measure out the same amount. I wouldn't say my experiments are very scientific, but I try and replicate issues that could happen in kitchens and issues that could occur. Scales. Huh? What? Have I been weighing anything outside of the house, outside the kitchen recently? Huh? Where's my scales at? The only place I could be is around here. What? What? Huh? Rubenga, welcome in. Where? All right, this is crazy. Maybe Chester's borrowing the scales to give him a boost to get somewhere he should. Send you the video, thank you. Sometimes I take them into my office to weigh packages. No. Guys, it's really important to weigh your packages, okay? You always want to know what size your package is before you send it. What the hell? Okay. I was exceed, where would I put the set of scales? I'm stress eating. I'm stress eating potatoes. Okay. If I was exceed, I'm not saying it was him, it was probably me, but like, where were they? Huh? What? Oh my God, I'm such a dilly. It was here, it was underneath something. Shame. Let's go back. Dishwasher next. Nah, not that bad. Okay, 2.5 cups of flour. So I want to make sure that 2.5 cups are accurate, or similar between them, because we're doing a test. Okay. Okay. Oh, what I was going to mention about the dry instant yeast, dry active, I could have added a teaspoon of sugar in there to boost it. Okay. Um, 150. So, if this was me, no, 375. So 383. Okay. So I know I've taken this into a 377. So it's going in there. And then this one's the same. Okay. Oh, too much. Okay. Okie dokie. So, we're testing these out, but I just want to show you the same technique. Add the flour and salt to the bowl and mix until flour's all incorporated, like that. So flour, yeast, water, give it a mix, and we're going to add in 1.5 teaspoons of salt, okay? So I use a chopstick. I'll use 2 different colours to be fair in case there's any contamination. Salt. So 1.5 teaspoons of salt. Just give it a mix before I add the salt. Same salt to yeast ratio. Yeah, for this one I have. Yeah. All right, give it a mix. And what it says, the dough should now start pulling away from the sides of the bowl and form a smooth bowl, okay? So what you're doing, this is the instant yeast, but what you're doing is just mixing it like that. Scrape the sides of the bowl with a chopstick. Okay. So wet your fingers. So the way that I have, in the last 3 years since I created First Things First, I have done things differently. Like my way of making bread is different, but the thing with this is you just wet your fingers slightly, like that. All right. And you just stretch it and fold and leave it like that, okay? Bakery worker, you want to go and watch the VOD when I was talking about the difference. I did a whole explanation on it. I'm releasing a blog post on it as well, some information. But go and rewind and have a look. Yeah, it's great. If you have any questions, let me know. Okay. Put your hand slightly. It looks amazing. I don't know about that yet, but it's getting there. It will get there in the end. Okay. All right. So we don't want to add any more flour than we need to. I recommend wetting your hands and doing this with like a slightly wet hand that I've just dunked in like this, rather than adding more flour, because it gives the time for the flour to absorb the yeast, absorb the water and hydrate, and then it will get stronger. If you find that it's really, really, really sticky, add like a teaspoon at a time. But like, see that this is sticky. If I leave it for 10 minutes, what's gonna happen is the flour is gonna, like the starches, absorb water. I think they have the potential to absorb up to like, I think it's like, I don't know, something crazy, like 10 times the amount of water, like a starch molecule can, like, it's like one of those, like an ant. You know how an ant can carry like so much more weight than its own body weight? Starch is like that. It can absorb heaps and heaps of water. It just needs time. So that's why we do our autolyse process, where we leave it and let it set. All right, so we want to create enough gluten in here that we create a smooth dough. So the process is like, keeping to this is different to what I would recommend now. I can't update what's in here because they're printed books, but I can tell you some tips and tricks. So we're still sticking to it, pulling away from the sides. We just need to mix it a little bit more, but not very much. It's very, very simple, like that. Just pull up and stretch with a wet hand, okay? Like a damp hand. There we go. Do the other one. You like a yeasted dough, do you mean? Like a breaded dough? Okay. Just pulling away from the sides, stretchy. Like that. So I already can feel, I might not come across in the video, like on the camera feed, but the difference of the dough, the instant yeast has already started to have like that reaction of the yeast eating the starch and the carbohydrates, and it's softer and puffier than the instant yeast. Like even if I just let it sit for a few minutes and let it kind of rise a little bit, it's a lot more active. But this is the dry active is getting there as well. So like that, just wanting it to be a little bit smooth, like that. But you've got enough in here. So if I was to grab this this dough, you want to stretch it out, and ideally we want to do the window pane test so that we can stretch it out and it be see-through without ripping. So Just keep folding like that. If you have a stand mixer, you can definitely do that and use that. But only with a few, it's not kneading, it's like the stretch and the folds are way less stress on your joints. And so you're just pulling it up and pushing it over it, and I kind of press it down to kind of like knead with my fingers. There we go. And like that. Cool. And so we want to let that cover this. So it says the dough should be starting away to pull away from the sides and create a smooth bowl. Add a little flour if needed, not too much because it will make the dough tough. Lightly flour all the sides of the dough, cover with a tea towel and let it rise on the counter for an hour or until it's double in size, okay? When the dough has risen, gently stretch and pull the corners to the center. So we're like knocking it down and then reshaping it. And then we're going to let it sit aside for another 30 minutes. And I'll show you that technique, okay? This one here, wet your hands. Is it making sense? Do you have any questions? So you can do this with a mixer. Making sense, fantastic. There we go. There we go. So it's pulling away from the sides. It's getting smoother. Ideally, you want to get to the window pane test, but if you can't be bothered, it's not a deal breaker. It will give you the better bread, but like that. So it's very simple. You can always, no worries, Floss, thanks for being here. Oh, Floss, while you are here for a few seconds, the issue that we're talking about is proofing long enough. Floss had the question before. So when you want to know if the dough is proofed enough when you've maybe made your buns, you want to press and see how this springs back really quickly. See, if I press that, see how it springs back really quickly, right? Because the tension's in there, there's not enough air, right? What should happen when you have proofed it perfectly and it's ready to go in the oven is you press it like that and it springs back slowly and it leaves a little indentation there. That's how you know it is done perfectly. If you press and it collapses, it means it's overproofed. But if it's springing back quickly like that, it means that there's still tension in the proteins and there's not enough air incorporated. So wait till you press it, springs back slowly, then like with your soft burger buns, egg wash in the oven. That's the perfect time. So that's a little tip for you. But I'll explain this a little bit later, which you can watch in the VOD. Okay? Look at this. How nice and soft it is. Just by giving it a few minutes to rest. All right, that's ready. We're going to proof that. This one here, that was still getting back to. Still scraggy, but watch how it comes together as I do this. Wet my hands a little bit. Look at that, like it going nice and taut, going shinier and smoother on the surface. Like that's completely different to when I picked it up just like a minute ago, right? Like that, scraggy. And then rotate. Keep going in the wrong way. The camera can't see. All right. Like that. Look how good that looks. So you got, this is dry active and this is instant. Cool? So we're going to cover them and set them aside for an hour. Let me get my hands and get a teeth towel. Alrighty. The aircon's on, so it might create like a drafty environment. So I'm going to put them over at the end here. Can you let the, yes, you can. So we talked about this on Wednesday's stream. Refrigerating your dough is called retarding the dough. I know it's not a, the term is an older term, but basically it means slowing down the fermentation and slowing down the yeast growth. And that is going to not only give you better structure, better flavor, because the longer the flour can sit there, it absorbs the starch, it has an opportunity to swell and absorb the moisture in the dough. It gives a longer time for the yeast to eat the starch, and the byproduct is carbon dioxide, bubbles, and alcohol, which creates a complex flavor, more complex flavor molecules. So it slower proof increases the flavor, increases the structure, and just makes a better loaf. And the last thing is it allows you to control it. So you can make this now. Ideally, first, you want to let this sit for at least 20 to 30 minutes on the bench to kind of give that yeast a boost so it can get active and it gets strong before you put it in the fridge. But if you really are stuck, you can put it in the fridge straight away. I just like letting it sit at room temperature for at least 30 minutes. What will happen is that means you can control, I can cook this in a day, 2 days if I wanted to, and it's going to be an even better, more sourdough-like loaf. There's going to be more alcohol, more the lactic acid in there is going to create like a sour flavor, kind of like a fermented like sourdough, and it means that I can bake it when I want to bake it. I can put the loaf together now when I've got time, and then say, for instance, if I'm busy at work or I get stuck in a meeting or I have to go away, I can bake this tomorrow morning and it's be even better. Is that good? Any questions? So pop it in the fridge and, we did that. The reason we were talking about that during the week, we did it on Monday, is we made pizza dough and we fermented the pizza dough for 2 days. Ideally, you'd like to do it about 72 hours, so it's about 3 days, and that will give you a really great flavor. Same thing with cookies. You want to make a really good chocolate chip cookie, and you like chewy cookies that have a lot of flavor. Get your cookie dough, roll them into bowls, pop them in the fridge for at least a day to up to 3 days. 72 hours, and you have amazing chewy cookies. Because what happens is the flour has starch, the starch absorbs the water, so then it starts to swell, and then that also the proteins in the flour will create the gliadin and glutenin will come together to create gluten, and that will give you chewy structure. And then it just, it's just so good. Chewy flavor. You might, if there's any, cookie dough is less, cookie doesn't really have yeast, but you do have that change of flavor molecules, and it's all a bit much for probably. I'm loading a lot on you, but yeah, if you can, cookie doughs and breads slow ferment. If you have any questions, ask me, but I feel like I'm overloading you with information maybe. Okay, that's our dough for now. Let's get into risotto or soup. What do you think? Soup or risotto? I think we do risotto now and then finish with the soup, because then the soup will be ready when the bread's done. Thanks, super informative, no worries. Okay, knife of chorizo, chicken, I wish that we had like a camera behind me that you could see what I see, because I just did the chorizo and then I went to, and I said chicken, and just as I said chicken, yeah. Did you hear the dog door? The dogs came, Chester came out of Exceed's office through the dog door and he's here. All I had to say is the magic word. Hey, buddy. Okay, I've got 2 chorizo here, chicken. We're gonna go grab some arborio rice, so which is risotto rice. Hey, Chew. Oh, what is that? This is the grating attachment for the KitchenAid. I was using this yesterday. Get that out the way. Hey, Tubby. Hey, you want some chicken? Okay. I'm gonna grab an onion. I'm gonna use a brown onion today. I don't often. I really prefer red onion a lot of the time. Just the sweeter flavour. That's Chester. Okay. So, chorizo, chicken, onion, arborio rice. Kind of flavours shall we do, guys? Paprika, chili, garlic. I'm going to use white wine, if I can find it. That is white wine. So, Sauvignon Blanc. Garlic. This recipe I'm aiming to get on the website on Monday. I was supposed to make it on Wednesday, but I think it will be something that you guys will really like. Super versatile. You can change around the flavour, like the spices and stuff. You could make it like a jambalaya. You could even add like a prawn or shrimp in there. Okay. We're going to need some chopped tomatoes as well, a can of chopped tomatoes. Chicken stock powder. And this doesn't have to be like a risotto. It could be like a pasta, like a rice bake or whatever. You don't have to sit there and stir it so it's creamy like a risotto. You could just do like chorizo chicken rice bake, like, or whatever. I'm just peeling these bloody garlic cloves. Okay. The focus here is simple and easy and delicious. So we've got the flavors from the chorizo, like a smoked paprika, Spanish style sausage. And then we've got the chicken, very simple, plain protein. We're gonna add some garlic, of course. Garlic goes really well with paprika, the onion, and then we'll probably add, what am I thinking? Some tomatoes to make kind of like a paella, but easier. It's kind of a mix between a paella and a risotto. But the difference is the paella is usually left to sit in the pan and it absorb, whereas this is going to involve some stirring, mixing, and yeah, it's going to take on both forms. It's going to be similar to paella flavor-wise, similar to risotto in kind of cooking kind of technique. Never had paella either. Okay, it's very simple. It's very simple and delicious. Okay, 4 cloves of garlic, chorizo. Okay, let me have a look here. I haven't written anything, so I'll write that. Coast of Italy in the 2000s. Ooh. Blacksmith, have you done some traveling in your life? It's the same for everybody. What countries have you been to? I was just saying to Exceed, I was like, we haven't been on a holiday since 2019. It was like, we made the decision that we would buy a house. We knew we wouldn't, and obviously COVID has helped. But we don't have anything planned yet, but I'm very, very keen to do something. Thank you, Kate. I just saw your message. Hello, Chester. Okay. Didn't you have an American road trip? Yeah, that was in 2019, just before COVID. That was like a trip that was 8 weeks. Just the end of August to the 4th of, no. September, October. Oh no, yeah, so it was end of September, all of October, and then we left the start of November. Yeah, it was a good time. About 6 weeks. A week in San Diego, a week in New York, and then 4 weeks driving from San Diego to Florida, then to LA, and then home. Okay. Hello, Chess. Hey, buddy. Okay. Okie dokie. Hello. He's very keen for some chicken or some chorizo, either. His nickname is Chorizo, so Japan is wonderful. No, don't tell me about Japan. Everyone on my Twitter or social medias that I've seen over the last few weeks has been in Japan. It's killing me. One day I'll get there. My husband's been and he loved it. I'd love to go to Vietnam or other parts of Asia, but we both decided we really would love to go to Japan. So definitely on the cards one day. Yeah. Tiny bits of Canada and the Bahamas. Oh, goodness. See, the Bahamas for us is so far away and it sounds so exotic and so amazing. A lot of culture, a lot of amazing food in the Bahamas. I'd love to go. Blacksmith, I missed your message above. Up next is Japan, Holland, and Down Under. Nice. Hello. Disney cruise. Wow. How was that? Okay. All right. So 270 grams. 2 chorizo. And then 2 onion. 4 garlic. Cool. Half a cup of wine. My best friend, France, Costa Rica, London, and Italy, the only countries I've been to. Wow. I want to backpack through Australia or Japan. Do it. That'd be fantastic. So if you backpack, would you take on the rural work? Like there's, especially in our state, down south, they have seasonal work for like fruit picking and tourism. So you can like be a bartender or a waitress, a waiter. There's seasonal fruit picking. There's heaps of that. There's like tours and stuff up north as well. They're crying out. Since COVID, there was heaps of issues getting staff. And so they're looking for waiters, and that's anywhere. Even in the city, they're looking for waiters and waitresses and things. Okay. Onion, garlic, chorizo, chicken, wine, rice. Anything else we need? Screamed? Oh, I screamed because the yeast was doing yeast farts.
Everyone in my meeting would like to.
Like, he just said to me, he goes, he's just come into the kitchen to get something. He said, could you explain to me why you yelled before?
Delicious.
And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, yelled.
Oh, hello, friendo.
Hello.
Did you hear the rumor about butter?
Oh,
No, I'm not
Roscoe,
going to
welcome
spread it.
in. Pull up a chair, everyone. Nice to see you. We are making chicken
Delicious.
and chorizo risotto. I haven't really decided what I'm going to call it yet, but chicken and chorizo rice dish. How you doing? And we've got some bread, and later on we're making potato and leek soup. How was your stream? Thank you for coming in. Thank you for the. Did I just get a sub? Taryn, thank you for the resub. 41 months, Taryn. Holy shoot. Thank you very much. I work for one of the largest cities in the USA. As like the municipal, you work for the government. And we are missing 17% of employees, thousands of unfilled jobs. Damn. Wow. For those who are new to the stream, my name is Molly. We're a cooking stream. This is a little intro to who we are and what we do. Enjoy. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Okay. So as I was saying, my husband just walked in and he said to me, why did I yell? And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, you just yelled really loudly before. And I was like, oh, I was reacting to the yeast farts. I don't know, someone wants to post the clip. We were just, the yeast was activating and got very excited. And he said, everyone in my meeting would like to know why you yelled. He just had a business meeting with his managers. I think maybe like 5 or 6 of them, I don't know. But they would all like to know why I just yelled. I just got very excited about yeast. A bit embarrassing. Okay, how much have I got? I'm just looking at one of my other risotto recipes to help with this. 300 grams. Which is, I think, is about 1.5 cups. Hello, Roscoe. How was your stream? What did you get up to today? If you guys were in Roscoe's stream, how was the stream? Was it a good one? What was Roscoe up to? All right. One and a half cups of arborio rice. Cool. All right. Roscoe has had to go straight to bed. He flew halfway around the world the other day and it broke. I can imagine. We have been talking about this. We're talking about now traveling, but we're talking about jet lag a few weeks ago about like how hard it is to get back into a routine. And where was he traveling? Well, thank you for letting me know. Alan, how has your week been? Disney has an island in the Bahamas called Castaway Cay, but pronounced Key. Okay, Castaway Key. I went to Nassau. Not many good. Okay. Thomas. Oh, St. Thomas. But our cruise ship was too big to get into the water. Oh, no. From Australia back to Scotland. So Roscoe's originally from Scotland. Dang, that's a lot. So the East Coast would be easily like 30, that's like 36 hours of flying, right? And it's backwards as well. No, that's the right way. Just thinking like time zone wise, that's going, if you'd went from Australia across to Dubai and then Dubai to Scotland, that's the good way to go. The opposite way will like screw your body clock even more. But nevertheless, it's a lot. Hope it was a good flight. Okay. Got away the chicken. Tin of tomatoes. Which is 400 grams. Just writing everything down. We're going to use 2 teaspoons of chicken stock powder. We can make this as we go. I kind of have a few ideas, but not much of what I've got planned. Okay. Maybe 3. Good, okay. We're going to start with dicing the onions, chopping the garlic, chorizo and chicken, and then we can go from there. How many of you guys like chorizo? Are those carrot or a bread bun? Neither. They are chorizo. Sausage. One day I'll be able to find things that I want to find. There we go. Okie dokie. So, I always go vegetables to then cured meats and then finally like your raw meats, because then if you do that meal prep that way, you don't have to change your chopping board and your knife. I love chorizo. Just like they aren't all the same taste. Yeah, you got to find a brand that you like. Obviously, a lot of the time, the more expensive ones are more authentic. These ones are primo. They're okay. They're not great. They are cheap though. See you, Krista. Thanks for being here. Thanks for. Hopefully, your stuff should arrive soon. I'm excited to get them in your hot little hands. To Sonia brand, yeah. I have seen there's some like Spanish brands that you can easily get, like, I think they're like $7 each or something. I think I got 3, maybe 4 for like $5 just from the deli section at Woolworths. So that's good. Okay. So 2 onions, I'm just cutting the tip off one on the end and then cutting them in half. Helps them easier to peel and then easier to cut. I'm not dropping things on the floor, I promise. And just into the bin here. One of those design things, if you're building a kitchen, there's a few things that I recommend. One of them is having a built-in bin like this. Even better if you can like push it, it's like push to open. My friend got chorizo from the organic store. They made it from scratch. Friend stuffed the chorizo and cheese in chicken. Oh, that would have been good. Sounds really nice. Chorizo and chicken work well together. Chorizo often found in paella, like seafood, chicken and prawn or shrimp. Sorry guys, this is taking forever. There we go. There we go. All right. So just dicing onions like that. We're going to turn this guy on and add a little bit of oil like that. I love these new pans. Seriously, best $50 for a set of 3 that I've ever spent. I'm so happy with them. They're so easy to clean and they just go in the dishwasher. And I feel less guilty about them by putting them in the dishwasher, and they're just fantastic. Really, really happy. Why is it some olive oil is $90? Like, so you find olive oil that's expensive and some's cheaper? I'm not an expert on olive oil, but I have been watching some videos on it. I was talking about on the last stream about that Inside of Food, where I was saying that the presenter, she spoke English and French, and one of the videos she went in, talked about chocolate, went into a chocolate factory. Another one I watched, she went to an olive farm. A lot of the cost in anything is up to like the quality of the produce, also like the time that's involved. So for instance, like expensive olive oil may be because it's aged. It may be because the process is maybe more old school. Maybe it's like a really traditional way of making it, or it's very small batch, so that there's supply and demand, right? Like if there's less of it, it's more expensive, more valued.
Delicious.
SpongeBob, 29 months.
Why, hello, Molly
Thank you
and
for
chat.
being
Sorry
here.
for saying this late, but Happy New Year, y'all.
No worries. It's lovely to see you. Thank you for resubbing and supporting the channel. 29 months. Appreciate it. Pull up a chair. Come on in. Yeah, so it's all supply and demand. So it's the same with chocolate. It's the same with a lot of ingredients. If something is like a more refined technique, or they make it in small batches, it's going to be more expensive. Like if I was to make olive oil and I have one plant in my garden, one olive oil tree, I was only about to make like, you know, a few liters of olive oil. Therefore, to get my profit, like I have to increase the cost of it to then get a small amount of profit, but the outlay is a lot more. So it's going to cost you, like the buyer, more to cover my costs, because it's like not able to transfer over a lot of quantity, right? So it's the same with that. Like if it's organic, or if it may be aged, like cheese, Parmesan is a lot more expensive than cheddar, because Parmesan has to age for, you know, 12 to 24 months or whatever. So that's a great question. But I don't know the specifics on it, but that would be where my thinking would go. Or it's just some pretentious thing. They just, you know, it might be some celebrity brand or whatever, and they think that they can get away with it because it's all marketing, baby. It's like sea aging moonshine. Yeah. Yep. I don't know what sea aging means. Goes to sea. It's a pirate. But yeah, aging anything. Like if you can produce it and recoup your costs quicker, it's going to be cheaper. But if you need to put it in a shed or into a packet and let it sit there for 2 months, you're not making any money. So that means you need to up your prices to make it worth it, because you've got to pay for electricity for those 12 months. You've got to pay for temperature regulation. You've got to pay your grocery bill and your life, you know, your workers for that time. And so you're increasing your costs. Leaving it on a boat. I'd never heard of that. They sea age moonshine? Is that like a common thing? Is that just because like for use for the fishermen, or is that like the natural sea air permeates and regulates the temperature, or like why at the sea? salt water imbues certain flavors into the oak that then goes into the alcohol. Interesting. That's really cool. I'm just really emotional at learning about sea aging. I bought a 200ml bottle of olive oil for $30 from one of the wineries. Gave it to my parents as a gift. Dad initially wasn't happy. I spent that and then was impressed with the olive oil. Yeah. Good quality oil like that should never touch heat. Like it should never really be cooked. Good oil, like really great quality oil, should just be drizzling or salads, things like that. Because you're going to affect, unless you've got all the money in the world, you're really going to affect the flavor profile when you heat oil. Onion. Okay? And garlic. Maybe a bit onion, maybe too much onion. I'm going to reduce it to 1. Where's my... I'm putting this over here so it doesn't get dirty. Okay, we're going to add a bit of salt to this. Salt helps the cooking process, helps draw out moisture. Okay, we're going to go here. I can go away. Did I set a timer for the bread, by the way? It's getting a bit puffy. Begging, begging you. Down on me. There we go. Oh, excuse me. I don't think so. Cool. Hey Google, set timer for 25 minutes. Or what I might do is I'm going to chop this, but I'm going to cut it in half, and then those halves I'm going to cut in half again, right? So then when I stack it on top of each other, like this, I cut and they're quartered. Caramelizing those onions. Chester's back. Did I call you out, Chess? It's like when I said his name, he was unhappy. I was telling you that he was here. Okay. Like that. It's going to be so good. I'm excited. I've been really good with going to Pilates this week. I've been 3 times already. Starting to be my 4th time. I've been eating less gluten. Now I've got 2 loaves of bread over the weekend. And excited to have like a nice hearty meal. Just thought it's going to be so good. Okay, look at this. Okay. So we're going to render some of that fat off from the chorizo. And we're going to add our garlic. Just dropped. Ooh. Like that. Open it up. And then I just do this and take that off, open it up and get the rest of it. I'm a bit nervous about leaning forward over a stove with this on. You could add bell pepper or capsicum in this, would be really nice. Whoop. Garlicky, onion, smoky. We're gonna add some smoked paprika in there. If you don't have smoked paprika, use regular paprika with some liquid smoke. And I would do a chicken, okay? So this here, I was gonna weigh, is, it's dripping on my fingers. Oh shit, that was not meant to happen. Now I have to decontaminate my fucking scales. 420, so just about a pound. Beep, 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 beep. Damn it. Sorry, over there. Roasted red pepper, yeah. What would smoked chorizo taste like in this if you smoked it before slicing it? Yeah, it would be nice. If you want to go to that effort, I would buy a smoked one, for sure. Oh, my nose is really itchy. And the onions have made my nose water. Look at that. And it's a nice colour on there. Love it. Okay. Now we're adding the chicken. So we need to slice this. I think this is going to feed about 4 to 6 people. Maybe a bit more than I was expecting. I like to small dice the chicken. I don't like big chunks. Exceed is the same. We don't like big chunks of meat, you know, because when on my fork or on my spoon or however I'm choosing to eat this, I want a piece of chicken, I want a piece of chorizo in one bite. I just don't want to bite into, you know, my plate to take up, my spoon to take up the... That didn't make sense, hold on. On my spoon or my fork or how, you know, however you're choosing to eat this, you want it in one scoop. You want a bit of chicken, you want a bit of rice, you want some chorizo. You don't want it to take up like huge space with a huge piece of chicken, you know? Because the smaller you cut things, the more the flavour in each bite that you get. And that's one thing I think that home cooks do better than, chefs do better than home cooks. And one thing you can learn is cut your veggies, cut your meat a little bit smaller. I have a question. How many of you use recipes or, you know, are following recipes or get them for inspiration? I want to know, do you prefer the recipe say at the top of the recipe, 1 chicken diced, or like 1 chicken breast diced? Or would you like them say 1 chicken breast and then in the what am I saying? Like in the description, it go, okay, take your chicken onto your chopping board and dice it. Like, would you like that in the steps, or do you prefer it to be in the ingredients list, that it's diced? Like, what works for you? What, you don't care? I don't personally care. I don't really focus on it because I just do things as I go. Or like I prepare, if I'm following a recipe to the T, I prepare everything in advance, like your mise en place, rather than going in the steps. Because then, like for me, if the recipe says 20-minute prep time, some people could get confused and think that, like, I don't know, like for me, I think the prep time is getting everything ready, like the time it takes to chop the chicken and stuff and get it prepared before you start. That's prep time. Get your chicken out, chop it up, and then that's what I recommend for a lot of cooks, is to get all your ingredients out and ready. That's prep. And then it's confusing if you do it in the steps because things could get lost and missed. But if you have all your ingredients out, prepped and organised and prepared in mise en place, then you can do it as you go. Prep time, I like to make sure everything is ready before I start cooking. Yeah, cool. All right. Because I was watching, I've started obsessed with this YouTube channel called Sorted Food. I found them a few months ago, but I just started watching them like this week. And they do gadget reviews and cooking competitions between each other. They're 4 UK British boys. And this is going to make so much food. My pan is already so full. Sorted Food are the best lads, right? And they were talking about they don't like people preparing, like in their sorted app or something like that. They were talking about that they do the opposite of what I do and what I've just said. But you guys seem to agree with me less than them. Oh, the guys from Jolly, I've never heard of Jolly. Are they British too, or? Oh. Okay. You need my address. This could just be eaten as its own with some rice. Oh my God, it looks so good. So we want to cook our chicken, brown it all nicely. Look at that. Okay. Into here, flavours, we're going to add some paprika, smoked paprika today. A teaspoon. Rex Skinny, maybe this looks a tad dry. Not yet. And we're going to add in, we're pan frying it, we're trying to get it nice and brown, and then we're going to add in our tomato and our stock and things like that. So it should maybe possibly look a little bit dry at the moment. Maybe that's just the camera angle. But it's going to have a lot of juices later. Stock and everything. Okay, maybe a little bit more. No worries. It's good. I thank you for sharing your opinion. It's good. And your thoughts? Okay, 1.5 teaspoons of paprika. Chili flakes for sure. Where is chili flakes? 1/2 teaspoon. A little bit of spice. Okay. All right. Oh, I spilled a bit off the side. All right. Look at that. Yes. Especially the wine for some of the dish. Okay. You could use red or you could use white here. I'm going to use white, but if you wanted to, you could use red. But because we're using chicken and pork, But we're using, like, because we're using tomatoes, the richest, you could use red. But I like white. What am I also going to put in there? I feel like it needs something else. What do we think, guys? Maybe... I need some, like... Got some fresh parsley later. I feel like maybe... Oh, I didn't add chicken stock powder. Add that in a minute. Wine. Do you think we add... I think no. I think we'll just do the parsley at the end and then it'll be good. I don't think we add anything else. I think it needs it. Chili, paprika, tomato. I don't really want to add cumin because I always add cumin. They're my 3 go-to spices. Garlic powder, cumin, paprika, chili flakes, and garlic is like my go-to seasonings. But I'm going to keep the cumin out today. All right, we need wine. Half a cup of wine into here. And we want it to simmer off higher temperature so that we can cook off the alcohol, keep the flavour there. Okay? Are we flambéing? No, not today. The alcohol, I don't think the wine has a high enough alcohol content. I don't think it would. No. You could if you want like cognac or something. It does look pretty good, doesn't it? It's gonna be even better. Okay. Chicken stock powder, 1.5 teaspoons. Got to make sure I'm writing all this down on my list. 400. Uh, 1/2 teaspoons chicken stock powder. Okay, what spices did I put in there? Put 1.5 teaspoon of smoked paprika. Half a teaspoon of chili. And that's it. Yes. Cool. Like that. I think we might need to halve this, guys. Like the quantity for... I like my recipes. In my recipes, I usually go for the base recipe to serve 4. This is going to feed a bit more than 4. You could add some tomato paste, but I think we'll just do okay with the tomato. Yeah, chopped tomatoes, I think that's enough. Okay, this wasn't the right fry pan to cook in. Should have done a bigger one, or the deeper one. It'll be okay. Hey, pepper pots. Can of chopped tomatoes, like that. Damn it, I should have done the rice first. Let's just sizzle the rice. It's fine. It's fine. Look at that. Okay. Holy chipotle. It's gonna make a lot. I did say I wanted to make more than usual because I want to eat it and then take a photo. It's going to be lunch. And sometimes I make something on stream that I mean to take a photo of, but then I get hungry and I eat it first. It is a Boreo rice, yep. So this is bypassing that to making extra so I can eat now and then I can take a photo this afternoon. Because it's really hard. That's why salads are really hard, because I finish stream and I'm tired and I want to sit down and I want to eat. And then maybe I have a nap. And then I want to take photos after, in the afternoon. But salads like wilt and they deteriorate and they never really turn out very well. So, sometimes I make them like a day after stream and I put them together fresh. All right, look at this. Smells amazing. And what we're going to do is we're just going to slowly add some more water as we need it. About a cup of water over time. Oh, I forgot pepper. Half a teaspoon black pepper. It's going to be so good. Yeah, so this can easily feed 4 large portions now, but then once the rice starts to puff up, it's going to be a lot of food. Oh my God, it's so good. Wow. So much flavour. Black pepper on your list, Molly. I have black pepper here. I'm okay. You think I should add some? Pumpkin wine, you're kind of right. No, because what I'll do is I'll grind that down, the black pepper. I'll grind that down. Ooh. Hey Google, add white pepper to my shopping list. Because that's black and that's white, so.
All right, I added white pepper.
So you just want to keep mixing it so that slowly absorbing the moisture, and then we just add a little bit more, top it up, and then stir it. Because what's happening is those starch granules are bumping around each other, bumping, hip and grinding. I don't know what that means, hip and grinding, but you know what I mean. They get doing the bump and uglies, and they're getting to know each other, and as they bump up against each other, they release starch. That starch gets released, and it comes to the party, and the starch creates creaminess, beautiful texture, beautiful looks. What are the uglies? Bump and uglies. It's another term for some adult activities. I shouldn't have said it. I'm not naughty. But yeah, so what you're doing is you want to make sure, reducing the heat, and see it's getting drier, so there's less moisture. So the stirring helps release the starch, and then we just add a little bit of liquid in at a time, like that. You don't want to burn it, you don't want to let it get too dry. Look at that. So good. And then we can add some cheese on top. You can add some Parmesan or some cheddar. And we're going to add some parsley. Parsley on too. Hey Google, how long on my timer?
It looks like you don't have any timers set at the moment.
Cool, man. I love Google. Excuse me. That was probably a terrible sound for you guys to hear. I'm sorry. I couldn't sneeze. It wouldn't come out. Okay. Parmesan, parsley, lemon. So a little bit of lemon zest, lemon juice at the end adds vibrance, adds like tanginess, and it really works well with cutting through the fat of the chorizo and works well with the parsley and all the flavors. It's going to be really good. Okay? Trust me. Avocado. Whoa. Like I said, if you want to go easy mode, put all the liquid in there, all the water, put the lid on and let it just simmer really low, but it will absorb everything. It won't be as creamy and as good, but it would be easier and it'll be nice. Still be delicious. Oh my God, so good. New chopping board, new knife, because we made our other one bad by cutting chicken. Okay, parsley. Sometimes I boil the chorizo to get some out of the fat, then add it to my dishes. I can understand that, but you're also you're boiling out the juices, the good stuff, the good flavour. But I can understand. I get it. The better thing to do if I can give you some advice, the better thing to do is put it in a cold pan and then bring it up to a sizzle and render the fat off and then skim or pour the fat off like that. Because also when you're boiling it is you're waterlogging the chorizo, possibly. The chorizo is going to absorb water, so that you're going to get rid of the good stuff and the bad stuff, the fat, and then you're going to be left with a kind of bit bland chorizo. No, that's okay. That's all good. That's what you do. Cool. Glad to catch your stream online. How are yous? Hey, Dill. Late night Denmark, welcome in. We're making some rice, chorizo and chicken rice, risotto. We're going to get some bread now and then soup. Doing great. My cold tea. Okay, lemon with zest. We need a nice tea like that too, yeah. How's Bells? How big? You seem to have a really big family. Haven't cooking all the time for your family. How big are they? Cooking for all the people around you. Look at this. So if you let it sit too long, it's a bit stuck to the bottom. So it's good. You always need to stir it. Look at that. A bit more water. Hot. Preferably you want hot water. You can let it simmer on your stovetop. On a saucepan, not just hanging out on the burner. My dad is one of 10 and my mum is one of 8, but honestly I don't see many of them anymore. Now we are just 5, but we've cooked like 10. There's 5 of you in the family? Wow. Goodness. I was very much the same. I had 2 older brothers. There was 5 of us in the family, but we cooked a lot of food because the boys would eat a lot and leftovers and things like that. So when I met Exceed and it was just him and myself, I was still cooking for 5 people, heaps of leftovers. And even when we started streaming, we were streaming 5 days a week when we first began. And we had so much food because I would make full portions of everything, and there was just food coming out of our ears. And then, put on weight because we ate like heaps of food and whatever. And now I'm getting better at doing smaller portions and whatnot. And we stream every second day now. So it's a bit better. All right. There we go. So it's not like a full risotto where I'm stirring all the time. Just making sure. The boys would eat a lot. All mums, boys in the chat are very similar to that phenomenon. Yeah, familiar with that phenomenon. Yes. Yes. My auntie has 3 boys, and holy dooly. They still live at home. I don't know how she does it. Their grocery bill is hungry all the time. They bring friends over, and it's like how Exceed and I, we buy like 2 to 4 litres of milk a week, and sometimes even more, 6 litres, like 3 containers for the week for cooking and things. She would buy like triple that when the boys were young, and they would drink, cereal, or like have cereal or milk in their bottles and things. They're expensive, these kids. All right. Okay. So Parmesan, that can go away. My son-in-law can drink 2 gallons a week. Oh, damn. Okay, so our bread loaves, press it. See, it's springing back slower, but it's leaving an indentation. Yeah. Still think it needs a little bit more time. This one here. Yeah, see how it's slower, but still springing back, needs a little bit of extra time. Hey, Jack, I was thinking about you this morning. How you been? I haven't talked to you in a while. I need to message you. How's things? God, I miss talking to you every 2 weeks. Doing good over here? I was just seeing how you're keeping busy, where you are in the world. Things are no good without you. Backity back, no worries. Look at this. Look at this. Yum. So, get a spoon, put it here. Okay, what we want to do, just have a little taste, and then have some of the rice itself. Not cooked, need a longer time. Flavour is really, really good. Hey, Tate. Welcome back. Another thing I need to mention is I'm using a really wide saucepan, like a fry pan here. It's gonna, more surface area, it's gonna create more evaporation. So I'm gonna need to add more water, okay? So I've already added 2 cups, probably add another 3/4 to 1 cup of water. I need to write that down as a note. What else have I told you need to do? Anything else I've mentioned? I always forget what I write or what I mention on stream. Like, hey, remember this or do this. Do you know what size of this skillet is? I don't, but I can measure it for you. I think it's like 35 centimeters. me get my, hold on. Look at this. It is a 33 centimetre. Well, the base of it, I would say 30 centimetre. The base of it's 30 centimetres. It goes out like that a bit. 30 centimetres, which is 12 inches. 12 inches. And it's only 7 centimetres high. So like 2 or 3 inches. God, it looks so good. Oh, really? Yeah. I was saying to Exceed that we were watching an American YouTuber last night who does product reviews, and he was talking about in inches. He was talking in inches. And I'm like, it doesn't take that long to put something on your video editing. Just put something, a bit of words that says in centimeters, like, or because we do the same thing. Like, it's just being aware that your audience is global and taking the time to change from inches to centimeters, or do just to do a conversion. It doesn't take that long. So then we had to pause the video because he was talking about like how many ounces this bottle held, and I was just like, it took us, a good 3 minutes to stop the video, do the conversion, and then play it again to understand. I mean, I'll Google myself to inches, no problem, but I'll appreciate hearing in centimeters too. I think it's just the common courtesy to give both, because you understand that you're not just talking to people from your country. I try and do the same with, like, when I remember, but I understand a lot of people don't realise that other countries use centimetres or, or different measurements or different names for things. Is there anything would give it more colour? Asparagus, bell peppers. Definitely, we talked about bell peppers before, yes. You could do asparagus if you wanted to. Green beans would be really good. I don't know about carrots, still same colour. We're going to add parsley through there later. But I definitely think some green beans, like snow peas, would be really nice. Eggplant could be alright. So the really red colour has come from the tomato, diced tomatoes. If you didn't want to add them, you could just add some tomato paste and just the rest water. You could add some turmeric to make it more yellow if you wanted. But I think it looks good. Okay, like that. Look at that. Yeah, you want to add it towards the end, definitely. That is something that I didn't mention. I usually chop up asparagus or like florets of broccoli, beans, and then I stir them in at the end, just so they're just minimally cooked to make them vibrant in colour, get a little bit of heat, but then you want them to remain their crunch. It's the other reason why I add sometimes what I'll do is like a mushroom risotto. I cook the mushroom risotto and then I add pan-fried chicken in at the end, because you don't want the chicken to be cooked the whole way through, because sometimes especially breast, it can overcook. I've been really careful to put it on low heat today, but the chicken possibly, because you're cooking it for a long time, you don't want to overcook it and make it dry. And that's why I recommend using thighs if you have them. The only difference so far to what you've added when I make paella is no prawns or mussels. Yeah. So the process is different, because paella is you're stirring it and then you're letting it sit, and you're not stirring it after that and letting it sit and everything's kind of steams. Whereas risotto, you're continually, it's kind of between, that's what I said, it's kind of between a paella and a risotto, because similar spices, Spanish with the paella, but then we're adding the technique of the risotto. You could definitely add seafood in here. Prawns would be good, except my husband wouldn't eat it. Okay. And if you wanted to, you could just put a lid on, let it simmer, kind of steam itself, and it'll happen easier. We don't have to stir. Let's just let that simmer. I'm going to make the bread now. So, to finish off our bread, usually I use a banneton for this. Unfortunately, you all know the issue that I was telling you recently about my brother and sister-in-law gave me some pantry ingredients. Unfortunately, they had bugs in them. The bugs were in the same cupboard as my bannetons, and the banneton, which is like a proofing basket for making bread, it has remnants of flour, so the bugs basically buried themselves in the banneton, and I found a what's the word, not like a maggot, like the you know when the bug comes out, it's got like the shell. They were all in the banneton, so we threw them out, and we got new ones from Amazon yesterday, and we're waiting for them to be delivered. Eggs, yeah. Lava, yeah. So we threw them all out. I could have washed them and scrubbed them, but they're bamboo and they never turn out the same. So I'm going to show you a different way. Similar technique. Cocoon, that's what I was looking for, the cocoon shell type thing. That was all left behind. So that's another reminder for people. Don't take pantry ingredients from people. Like, if you're buying something from a store, you know that it's come from the store and it's usually fresher. I was given some ingredients from my sister-in-law and my brother. They aren't the frequent cooks, and so I put them in my pantry. They had bugs in them, and luckily I didn't combine them too many of the ingredients with my ingredients myself. Like, I didn't put the flour with my flour, but yeah, they still brought weevils and stuff into my house, which I'm not happy about. So I always err on the side of caution with accepting things from people like that. You can put it in the freezer to kill the bugs, but it's like a multifaceted thing. You just got to be really careful accepting gifts from people. It's food. No flour with us. Yeah, I have big, if you've been around the stream before, you'll know I've got big containers of flour. Luckily, I didn't combine theirs with mine. Other than a small bag of wholemeal flour, because that had bugs in it. But yes. I'm sad I had to throw out my bannetons. I had to pay $40 for new bannetons. Oh, so it's hard to figure out if it's the same in... Oh, I missed that. Please let me know if you have any questions. I didn't see, so I was too busy talking. Okay, have another taste test. Like that. So what you want to do is like get a granule of rice and bite into it and see if there's any resistance. There is a little bit, which there is. We're just going to add a little bit of extra water. Oh, it's taken quite a bit of water. That's been 2.5 cups of water. All right. It's basically ready now. What I'm going to do is just put a lid on it while I make the bread. Oh God, it smells so good. It's quite spicy. Possibly could have reduced Put a bit too much chili in there, but that's okay. I'll reduce it in the recipe. So this will be on the website on Monday. Sunday night if you're in North America. The recipes come out on Miss Molly Mondays from me. Some of you get them on Sunday. Okay. Turn it off. Put the lid on. Like that. Fabulous. Okay. So, easy crusty bread. Prepare a mixing bowl by lining. Yeah, okay. So when the dough is risen, gently stretch and fold each corner of the dough towards the center, like folding an envelope a few times. Then flip the dough over and shape into a round loaf. So this one here is dry active yeast. So you want to pull up into the center, deflate it. Smells good. Okay. And then putting it on the bench like that. What you're doing is you're pulling towards yourself like that, and you're just stretching the surface on top. All right. So you're pinching these edges together like that. Flip it. Fabulous, okay? Same thing with this guy. So pull up and over. No, both onion and garlic would be in log in Danish. No language distinction. Oh, I have heard that, yeah. There's no, they're both the same word. Yeah. We have had this discussion before about there's no actual word for garlic. It's very strange. Okay. So pull like this, like a gate, like this. Hold it together and then pull it towards you, down, press down towards the bench and towards you, and you're stretching the dough like that. So this is an easy crusty loaf that you can find on in First Things First, which is our first cookbook. All right. So they look basically the same. Dry instant and active yeast, like that. Now what we want to do this is a bit messy, but it will give you the same way of instead of a banneton. So you get your bowl. Like this. Okay. A tea towel, like that. In here. Each. And then we want to get some flour. And we're coating the inside of the banneton, the tea towel with flour to prevent it sticking, okay? Like that. Looks like this. And so it says, prepare the mixing bowl by lining with a dish or tea towel and sprinkling with flour. Place the loaf seam side down. So where we join this like that, this is called the seam. So what we want to do is we want to put that seam side down, because when we flip it over, it's going to be on the top, okay? I'm just going to get a bit of extra flour. Like that. And you're going to cover it until it doubles in size again, another about 30 minutes. Cool? Okay. This one, same. The seam, just pinch it again. And then seam side down. And then a little bit of extra powder, flour. Okay. Remember, it's going to grow, so you don't want to overstretch it too much, but give it some room to grow, like that. And come back in about 30 minutes. Hey Google, set timer for 30 minutes.
All right, 30 minutes. Starting now.
Okay. I'm going to do 2 ovens, and I'm going to show you the difference of baking as well. Baking techniques. So in one oven is just going to be the oven on a tray. The second oven is going to be we're going to bake inside a cast iron pan. Okay? So I'm going to turn this up to 200, what is the temperature saying on there? 240 degrees Celsius. Okay? There we go. We're very lucky that we have 2 ovens. We can do this testing. Okay. All right. Let's check on our rice. Oh, look at that. Perfecto. Okay. Oh my goodness, doesn't it look amazing? I bought a cast iron pot just for bread making. Great. I love to hear it. Oh, shivers. Sorry. We might even add some spinach through these. Okay, so I'm gonna add a little bit of mozzarella. Kind of got a bit firm, hard. Okay. Just crumble it. Like that. Parsley. And then, what was I going to say? Come on, Molly, the words. Mozzarella is very plain flavored, so we're going to add some Parmesan here. That's going to add some richness, okay? Oh, shit. It fell out of my hand and went across the side of the room. Let's get another one. Slipped out of my hand. Okay, I've got another. So your mozzarella is going to have more fat than your Parmesan. So you could add just the Parmesan if you wanted to. Okay. And then, there we go. If you wanted to, you could add cream if you wanted extra creamy. Look at that. Or evaporated milk. Look at that. All right, I think the spinach is a good strat. Beautiful pop of colour. And we're putting it right at the end so we can just let it wilt. Look at that. Would you guys make this? Would you eat it? It's really easy. I know it's a little bit time consuming, but it's so worth it. I don't know. I need 3 plates now. tell why I was excited to make it, don't you? Oh my gosh, it smells amazing. It does, doesn't it? And then last but not least is a zesting of some lemon and some juice, fresh juice. So just a bit of acidity, vibrance. And look how cheesy it is, like. Can you hear that noise? Oh my God. And then serve this lemon like that. Just takes it to another level, you know? Chicken, chorizo, risotto. Let's have a taste. Oh my gosh. Yum. It would be good with prawns. Shrimp. So I'll tell you what's in it. There's not a lot. Okay? So we've got 2 chorizo, 1 onion, 4 garlic cloves, half a cup of white wine, 1.5 cups of arborio rice or risotto rice, a tin of tomatoes, 2 chicken breasts or about 450 grams of chicken breast, 1.5 teaspoons of chicken stock powder, 1.5 teaspoons of smoked paprika, 1/2 teaspoon of chili flakes, 3 cups, so it's 2.5 cups of water, and spinach if you want. I think that's it. Oh, and cheese. That's it. It's really easy. Really simple. A lot of that stuff, you know, is from the tin or from frozen. The only fresh thing in there is spinach. You could have cured sausage in your fridge, frozen chicken. Like, this is a delicious meal that can basically come from pantry staples. Other than the chorizo, you could just do chicken. You don't have to add the sausage. You can just do chicken. Amazing, if I do say so myself. No dry chicken. If you want to use chicken thighs, add about 4 chicken thighs. Oh my God. Yeah, you could do risotto. I didn't think of that. That would be good. Yeah, rice is just a bit like thicker and the starch in there. It is so good. Wow. I'm really a fan. I will portion it up and then I will take photos in my photography area. What mic do I use? I use a wireless Go 2. So I have wireless Go 2. So the wireless, the Rode microphone Warriors team kind of disbanded. They've moved on and they're doing other things, but we are working with them in the future. But we thoroughly recommend the Rode products. We've been using Wireless Go. We've been using Rode for 5+ years now on the stream, from their Filmmaker Pack to their Wireless Go 2. They're always coming out with new products, and specifically for streamers, they are phenomenal. Whether you are a creative streamer like me, the wireless products are incredible. They have awesome wired stuff as well. We recommend them. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. The Warriors thing came out yesterday, that they're disbanding the group, but I think they've got some other plans. But we were very lucky to be an ambassador for that 1.5 years, nearly 2 years. But we just need to talk to them about what the way forward. Alrighty. I just want to eat it. Should we make soup so I can put this away? What do you think? 11 o'clock. Okay, we've got some time to make some soup. Because the soup is so easy as well. I feel like that's a very me thing to say. Very easy, very easy. So simple. But I don't feel as though my dishes are complicated, and I don't want them to be complicated. You know, there's some stuff that is trickier or time consuming, but it means that everyone can do it. All different cooking levels, cooking skill levels. Blah, blah, blah. Let me just clean my bench. Who's getting excited for the risotto? How many of you are going to eat it? There is already the mushroom risotto on the website. And it's kind of riff off, you know, just a different version with chicken and chorizo, chicken and pork. You can just do the chicken. You could just do the pork if you want. You could do seafood in here. I would add it at the end, like prawns. Make the dish and then add the prawns because you don't want to overcook them. Okay, what do we need for soup? I'm gonna put this over here so I can snack on it. You can't see me. Kidding, but not kidding at the same time. We want potatoes. You want a big saucepan. Something like this. We're going to use how thick do you like it? Do you like it thick or you like it thinner? 5 potatoes. Let's go with 5. Yeah, 5 looks good. Hey, squishy chicks. You want some of that? What do you think? This.
Yeah, it looks good. What do you think?
Looks good, tastes good. That's okay. Do you want some sour cream? Enjoy. Okay. Seed was just in here. It's going great. Okay. I don't have a peeler. I lost it. So we're gonna. Oh, that's gonna be. Hey Google, how long on my timer?
T-minus 15 minutes and 42 seconds.
Cool. So we're just gonna quarter or cut these whatever size. Doesn't really matter what size they are as long as they're even.
Delicious.
Bonzakuro, welcome in. Come on in, guys. Pull up a chair. My name is Molly. Thank you for bringing your community over here. We just got finished making some chicken and chorizo risotto, and now we're doing potato and leek soup. How you doing? How's your stream? Ray Panther, welcome in. Sykes Mills, is that how you say your name? Welcome in. Bonzo, how was your stream? Water Tribe, I'd like to know the story behind that. Like that. No, I'm doing the wrong thing. We want to chop the potatoes, but we don't want to put them in there yet. My bad. Take it back. We want to do the onions and garlic first. Sykes Mills. Cool. Well, welcome in. It's lovely to have you. Chicken tikka masala. Oh, do you serve it with like a flatbread or on its own with rice? Sounds delicious. All right. I'm not paying a lot of attention because I'm cutting things random. They're cubed. They're sliced larger. Just the rice today. Oh, I love it with naan. Fabulous. Well, welcome in, guys. My name is Molly. A little bit about us, who we are, and what we do is this. Nice, welcome back. Love the introduction, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so potatoes there. We're doing a potato and leek soup. Very simple but delicious. We're gonna serve it with some bread too. So we're gonna put them in the oven soon. Here I have a leek, just one leek. I'm gonna take off the end and then take off to there. Yeah, I think that's enough. Just want the green bit. And what I do is I run my knife crossways like that, and we're gonna rinse it under the sink, under some water, and because you've got sand, we don't want sand around here. Greetings from Mexico, land of the tacos pambazos? Never heard of that. Enchiladas, and oh, it's a dream to go to Mexico. I'd love to travel there one day. Which places do you recommend if I was going to come to Mexico? What do you think is one underappreciated? Maybe it's that pambazo, if that's how I'm pronouncing it correctly. What is one food or thing that you think is underappreciated about Mexican cuisine? Like one dish, and one thing is overrated. I think Mexican's one of the most popular cuisines in the world. Okay, so we're just gonna slice like this. Probably could have done 2 leeks if I did this again. Probably say 2 leeks. My knife needs a bit of sharpening too. That may be it. Okay. Not very famous, but they're so good. Can you tell me? You pronounce it perfectly, actually. Damn, go me. Forgive my bench shot. We've got splatters of chorizo and everything from the last dish. So what is a pambazo? I feel like tortillas are underrated. People always stress the fillings, but the tortilla is so important. Fresh, heirloom, mixed mineralized masa. See, I want to learn how to make really good corn tortillas because here you can't buy them store-bought. They're really bad. And because I love the flavor of them, but they're hard. Like ones that I've found when I make, they always disintegrate or they go too hard. So I need some tips. You guys are the experts. I've been struggling with that for a year. Making my own. Oh, wow. I can imagine that involves a lot of process, right? Like soaking it in lye. Am I correct in thinking that? Okay. So we've got the leeks. Just treat them like they're an onion. We want it low, slow. Pombazo is a Mexican dish or antojado made from pombazo bread dipped and fried in a red guajillo. Oh, papas con chorizo. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to search that. A sandwich made with a specific bread, very soft, usually filled with chorizo, smashed potato. Oh, that is okay. Someone needs to redeem that, and I need to. Is it easy enough to make myself? Is it something that I could recreate at home? Hard part of the hand meal, the feeding the master through the second time. And metati. Okay, garlic. 3 cloves. A little messy when you deep fry the bread and the sauce and then fried. It's all right. Our slogan around here is food, fun and fumbles. We get a bit messy. That's fun. All right. Garlic. There we go. Okay. Okay, what kind of spices do you think for potato and leek soup? What do we think? Do we want to go like some thyme? Might add some chicken stock powder. You could use vegetable stock powder if you want, but I don't have any. I just use chicken. I'm thinking some thyme maybe. Garlic, thyme. Yeah. Sometimes if you're not sure like what spices or herbs to use, while something's cooking, like the leek is cooking right now, what I do is I open, so for instance, like open the oregano and I smell it like, and hope like to see if that smell goes with the other smells that I'm smelling and see like, do I think that that would be okay, like some oregano, or maybe I think maybe I'll add something else and that might tend well. Like a little bit of nutmeg goes really well with potato. Does it go with leek? You know, parsley of course would go. What a nice kitchen, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, I'm just gonna let them cook for a little bit longer while we get this bread underway. Okay. I want to show you 2 different things here. Hey Google, how long on my timer?
There's 6 minutes and 4 seconds to go.
Yeah, we better leave it for a little bit longer. It needs to proof for a little bit longer. And then I'll go through it with you. Okay. A little bit of chicken stock powder. Salt. That's a good tip. I'm sometimes I'm not sure what spices or herbs to pair. Yeah. I think that's what I should do, kind of do like a guide of like what flavors kind of go well with each other. It's not always a be all and end all. Bonzakura, thank you for being here. Thank you for your raid. Thank you for bringing your community over. I hope you have a great rest of your day and a great weekend. Okay, I think I'm gonna do time. Yeah, bit of time. You could add a little bit of wine here. If you want, like a quarter of a cup, just a touch. There we go. Adding caramelization to our leeks is going to add beautiful color and flavor. So it's going to make it a little bit more brown. If that's okay. And finally, we add some pepper. There we go. Pepper. And add our potatoes. I think I'm going to only add half. How many potatoes did I start with? 5. Let's do 3 potatoes. I think I added too many. Okay, and then we want about 3 to 4 cups of water. Let's go 3 cups. And depending how thick you want it, you can always add more later. 3 cups. Make it 4. Make it 4. Like that. Give it a mix. Turn up the heat. Bring it up to the boil. Put a lid on, let it simmer until it's cooked, and then blend. Super easy. That won't fit. Nope. There we go. Fabulous. Fresh thyme is so good. It is. Can't wait to get my pot plants ready and underway. I need some new veggies. I really want to just bake this bread, but it's not ready yet. I want to bake the bread on stream, but well, we're going to have to keep making something else. What do we do? What else shall we make? Because we're going to wait for the soup to cook. We also need to wait for the dough to proof. To dance, time for cocktails. What cocktail? Edible cookie dough? Do you want to make edible cookie dough? Or you're like, no, Molly, not before the weekend. I'll make it too much. Oh, thank you. Squishy chicks, appreciate it. I feel like we need something sweet. Oh. Okay, I made these cookies. I'm kind of thirsty. All right, you give me suggestions, and I'm gonna make some gluten-free cookies, chocolate chip cookies, okay? That are so easy. Oh, no, I keep saying easy. Everything's easy today. The 4 herbs I grow continuous are parsley, thyme, rosemary, oregano. Never tried thyme in potato and leek soup before. Definitely gonna, yeah, try it. Thyme and potatoes is good. It has like this, kind of like a light flavor. Hey Google, what is the flavor of thyme? Okay.
Here's what I understood from the website insanelygoodrecipes.com. Generally, thyme will have a sharp, almost minty flavor. Do you want a little more context?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Roselli, what are your ideas for a cocktail? And while I find this cookie recipe. Dessert, and then
I
go
think
into
you want to
cookies.
resume.
Stop.
Is that right?
No. Cancel. Cookies.
Okay.
Okay. Anzac cookies, Levain cookies, snack bar cookies. What is snack bar cookies?
Got it. I've got a recipe called The Best Chewy Chocolate Chip Cookies
No.
Recipe by Tasty from Tasty.
No. Stop.
Does that sound good?
No. That better be a Molly recipe. Stop.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Do you
Stop.
still want to make
Everyone
that recipe?
stop. Stop. No, stop. Stop.
No problem.
Cancel.
To choose a different one, just
Fuck,
use
stop.
Google
Oh,
search to find a
just shut
recipe on your
up.
phone and tap the cook button below it.
Stop. Stop. Stop timer. Oh my God, I'm going to fucking throw something. They don't have an Aussie accent, Alexa, over there? I use Google Assistant. I did, unfortunately, it was a he, and now it's changed. I don't know what I did. I don't know what's happened. Google's become crazy. That's it. Okay. What have I got? I have a lot of stuff. So you come up with an idea. I got rum. I got spice rum. I've got vodka, Disaronno. You name it, and I might have something similar. Oh, rum. God, this storm is magical. It's booming and banging outside. Oh, are you having a storm? Margaritas? It's like, smell. You're going to join, like, you're going to fit in role here. Margarita is my favorite cocktail. Tequila one right now. What is in it? Try a Molly original, a new recipe testing. Could try a Molly original new recipe testing. Do you mean, are you saying that something new for me is to to stick to something original? I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? I'm a sucker for the cream-based cocktails. I like them, but they have to be at nighttime. Like towards the end, well, not the nighttime, like an evening. I mean to make a new drink. Okay. I like, you drink fruity and then you drink, the last ones have to be creamy because you can't start on creamy or you curdle your tummy. Oh, I like a Paloma. I have no grapefruit juice. My old go-to before I stopped drinking was jalapeno margarita or tequila Sprite with 3 limes. Damn. Tequila Sprite with 3 limes. Do you mean like 3 limes just plonked in there or the juice of 3 limes? Tequila Sunrise. Okay. I bought something, I don't remember what I bought it to make. I have cranberry juice, but I don't remember why I bought it. Was that like a Sex on the Beach or what did I make? What did I get this for? Okay, so I've got spiced rum, I've got Scotch whiskey, I've got a few different types of gin, Disaronno, vodka, I'm nearly out of vodka, tequila, elderflower syrup, peach syrup, butterscotch syrup. What do we make? Yeah, I bought this cranberry juice. I don't remember why. A mug of Molly's Margaritas. Yeah, just plopped in there. Something with grenadine. Grenadine. I have a bottle, don't know what to do. Okay. Let's figure out. Hey, this is this was planned for next week. ChatGPT cooks. Let's make ChatGPT give us a cocktail now. I'll see if I can get it on there. OpenAI ChatGPT. I think this is it. Let's put some stuff in there and we'll figure out Welcome back, Molly. So you want to use a cocktail with grenadine and cranberry juice. Let's go with that. Can I have a cocktail that includes... give me one more ingredient, one or two more ingredients. Anything else? We need another ingredient. Vodka? I don't have enough. Vodka's like the boring alcohol to make cocktails with. Mint, I don't have any mint. Rum? Would rum go with grenadine? Ketchup. Lime. Galliano. Let's just see what it comes up with and we can... Certainly, one popular... Oh, hello. Comes up with this... No, I don't have that. I don't have grapefruit juice. Stop. He wants me to make the sea breeze, but I don't have any grapefruit juice or pineapple juice. Hey, Chess. No problem. You can substitute grapefruit juice for another type of citrus, such as lemon or lime. Okay. Vodka, cranberry juice, lime juice, grenadine. Let's do it. Okay. So, vodka. I didn't want to use vodka, but it's made me. Vodka, lime, and grenadine. So we're going to call it, hey Chess, he's back. I do have pineapple pieces. I don't know if that would be any good. Shaker. Okay. 1.5 ounces. I'll just do the rest of this. There's less than 1.5 ounces, but that would be fun. Okay. Hey Google, add vodka to my shopping list. Okay. 4 ounces of cranberry juice. That'll be fun. Grenadine, 1/2 ounce. Okay. And then lime juice. How much you want? 1 ounce. Ice. An egg white, you think? There's something like floating on the top of the... I don't know. Oh, way too much ice. I feel like it needs something else. It's a bit boring. Just cranberry and grenadine and lime juice. What else could we add? It's got like floaty bits in it. I don't know. Weird. I don't know what that is. A sprig of rosemary. Oh, I don't have any inside. It's outside. Maybe I'll just put a bit of dried rosemary in there. Don't judge me. Okay. Bit too much ice there, Mom. Do you think an egg white would go well with this? Or nah? sour. Yeah, like a whiskey sour or a amaretto sour. Yeah. Ready? Shit face. Too much ice. Didn't I say too much ice? Okay, what are we going to name it? Friday afternoon? Yeah, yes, afternoon. Yes, certainly, it is definitely afternoon. Yep, it's not 11:39. Kia ora! Welcome in. How you doing today? All right, let's have a taste. What are we going to call it? Not too bad. It's not very alcoholic. Oh, it's a bit sour. I know, I get it. Don't worry, it's all good. I'm Perth. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Okay. Oh, it's good, but it's not very alcoholic. The rosemary isn't coming through at all. It basically tastes like cranberry juice. That's all it tastes like. I feel like we can do better. Let's add some bourbon. Bourbon and cranberry? Do we like bourbon and cranberry? Or spice rum? Bit of gin? Yeah, bourbon. Needs more fruity flavour. Oh no, it's plenty fruity. It's plenty fruity. Oh yeah, that's so much better. The bourbon, with kind of like smoky flavour. Pretty good. I'd say it's good. It's not great. It's not fantastic. It's okay. Shall we check our soup? Look at that. What you doing? Where you at? So basically we were just cooking the potatoes and then we can blend. It's really basically impossible to poke anything with a chopstick because it's not sharp. How can you make it better? I don't know. I think mint would be good. Let me keep tasting it. It's got sourness. It kind of tastes like a Skittle right now, like a bourbon Skittle, which is not bad, but it just needs some it needs something. It's got lime in there already. Maybe some more grenadine. What do you want? What's speaking to you, cocktail? What do you want? What do you feel like? What's your emotions? How were you treated as a child? I think that it just needs something like to kick it. Like the bourbon is nice. I got it. I'm thinking some Aperol. Which, yeah, there we go. A bit some like bitterness, I think. I love a good aperitif. More vodka, got none. All right, this could make it or break it. I don't know how this would be with the bourbon. Ooh. It's overpowered the bourbon, but I'm not unhappy about it. It's kind of like a Negroni now, which I really like. Needs spice, do you think? It needs to be stronger, I think. I think it just needs to it needs to be a stiff drink. It's a bit wussy at the moment. It's a bit like soft. And we need to get it out of this very eloquent glass. It needs to be in like a stiff glass. Okay. Probably could have done more ice than that. Hold on. Maybe some bitters? Let's get some bitters in there. Okay. All right. We're going like somewhere. That is really good. Holy dooly. I don't have any orange. I have a lemon peel. Nice glasses, thank you. Okay. I don't have a peeler either, which makes an issue. All right, we'll go over it in 2 seconds. No, that's not one. Hold on. I don't have a peeler. I need a peeler. 1 moment. Let me just attack a lime or a lemon. Wait for it. So we're going for that sweet thing. Do you want to set it on fire? I don't have the fire thing. We put it here. You want the natural oils, you can warm them up by putting it next to the flame. Just try not to burn ourselves. Okay, so in here we have cranberry juice, grenadine, an aperitif, kind of like Aperol, Campari, Jim Beam bourbon, some spirits, some bitters, not spirits, bitters. I think that's it. It's like a sweet cranberry Negroni. Or is it more, I get confused between a Negroni and a old-fashioned. Because an old-fashioned, old-fashioned is, who knows? So an old-fashioned is whiskey with bitters. And then a Negroni, Spagliato. You can put some prosecco in there. Yeah, so it's more a Negroni. It's a mix between a Negroni and an old fashioned. So it's a Negro fashion. Let's not call it that. It's too early for an old fashioned for me, 5 a.m. Negroni fashion Negroni. I can't think of a name. An old Negroni. Nah. It's good though. It's very good. Big fan. Okay. We need to get the soup going and the bread. Good sidetrack. Roselli with a cocktail. We might need to make another one because we'll have some more downtime. Maybe we make something dessert-wise. Okay. Who likes a good cocktail? What do you guys like? Are you sweet, fruity? Or are you more like robust and dry? Yeah, that's ready. Cool. That looks good. Cocktails are always the answer in my opinion. Man, woman after my own heart. All right, I just need to kill some flies. Will you be singer of the broken? Palomas at margaritas. Oh, yes. I love that. Okay. Dough. Look at these bread. The loaf. Press it. Could be proofed for a little bit longer, to be honest, but we don't have time. So take that into effect. It could be bigger. Okay. See it springing back quickly? Oh, that was a bit slow. But I would give it another maybe 10 minutes. Now, the thing is, we're going to do it in two different ways. We're going to do 2 ovens, same temperature, same super contribution. You'll know that joke if you're Australian. This one here is going to be in a cast iron pan. This one's going to be just in the oven by itself. Okay? So I'm going to try and show you the difference on how you can make really delicious bread and why I recommend doing it in the oven in a pan, like a, the fuck's it called? Why I recommend doing it in, oh my God, I can't think. Doing it in a cast iron versus just in the oven. Okay. What am I doing? Tray. I wish I could bake except sponge, which I can. You can do. You can bake. Okay. Now, this dough is going to be flipped upside down. So we want basically 2 sheets of baking paper. Here, like this. There. There we go. I'm just getting some of this extra flour off. Like that. So a lot of flour on top. And then do the other one as well. Okay. So the natural crevices, we want to just leave them, the cracks and whatever. You can, if you wanted to, like see this one has more kind of cracks. Leave it like that. Okay, so the thing is, you can, if you want to get a sharp blade, like a scalpel blade, like that, and just do some extra cuts if you want to. Helps it open up and gives it a place for the steam to escape. Okay. There we go. Okay. This one here is going to go into the cast iron pan that's preheating the oven. The reason we want to preheat it is because we want to get it nice and warm so that when the bread goes in there, it creates a nice steamy environment to help the bread rise. You can put it in a cold cast iron and it will do the same thing, but it's just, I get better results when it's hot. You don't want to put it in a pan that is like a casserole dish that isn't preheated, because a china or a casserole dish that is made from ceramic, if it goes from room temperature to an oven that is 240, 450 Fahrenheit, it's gonna like crack. So you don't want to do that. You always err on the side of caution and pre-bake. Sorry. Okay. So what I'm going to do is move all this away so I can show you the technique. Okay. So this is a really hot oven. Taking this out. Shutting the oven. Like this. Straight away, really quickly, working as quick as possible. Pop that in there. Put the lid back on. You could put some ice in there, but I don't think it's necessary. Pop it back in the oven. Hey Google, set timer for 25 minutes. Oh. Hey Google, set timer for 25 minutes. Same thing. This is going to go in
25
there.
minutes. And that's
Just on a tray
now.
in the oven. I'm going to bake it like this.
Second
I'm going to
timer.
put some
Oven for 25 minutes. And that's starting now.
Thanks. And then I'm going to put some ice cubes in there as well, okay, to create a nice steamy environment. If you don't have a casserole dish, you can try this. And that's it. Google needs a cocktail, right? Extra special. All right, soup time. Anyone have one of these? Very easy, one of my most recommended appliances. Gadgets in the kitchen. A fly. I thought we were over fly season. Okay. Mel, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you so much. Alrighty. So all you need to do, chuck it in here. Potato and leek soup. So it's called an immersion blender because it immersions everything. Immerses everything. Immersions. That was a play-in joke. It immerses everything, gets it to know each other. It sucks up from inside and then throws it out the other side and pulls it in. So it creates an emulsion and it's fantastic. So it's pulling from the inside in there and then throwing it out the outside, down the sides. Sometimes if you've got big chunks, you just put it on top. Just like find the chunk and put it on top and it blends it. Blender. You've got to be careful with the blender because you really need to be careful not to get it too hot and build up steam, a steamy environment, because it can explode. I love my immersion blender. I bought it 3 years ago, immediately lost it without even opening it. Months ago, my parents found it. Oh, nice! Oh my God, that's so good. I just tilt it to the side, move it around to see if you've got any lumps, like that. Amazing. So there's kind of like some bits in my soup, because one from the thyme, but also from the skin, the potato skin, because I don't have a peeler. If you put it in a high power blender, it would get rid of that if you really wanted it to, but I don't mind. Okay, important thing here is you're gonna taste, and once our soup, our bread comes out, then we'll be able to have a taste. Dip the beautiful fresh bread in there. Look at that, beautiful. So 1 leek here. 1 leek to 3 potatoes. Oh, yum. Add some seasoning. So I think I'm gonna add a little bit more chicken stock powder. More flavor. You could add a little bit of butter through there, or a little bit of salt. Even you could add some cheese if you wanted to. Some Parmesan or cheddar. Cream of mushroom soup. I've never had cream of mushroom soup, I don't think. Have I made mushroom soup before? Maybe. Oh, yum. I like my soups especially to be like heavy on pepper. The same with tomato soup. I like a bit of pepper. Immersion blender, you say? I'm currently recovering from tonsillectomy. It's been great to make baby food. Yeah, that's it. Oh, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing all right. Oh my goodness. How long ago was your surgery? How's it going so far? Okay, another taste. Oh, that's delicious. Do we do a bit of Parmesan? Sure. You don't have to ask me twice. What we could have done is these are Parmesan rind. So I could have just let that sit, and I still can, leave that in the soup, and it will melt the outside off and add a lot of flavour, salty flavour. Put that in there. What you do with like pasta sauces and stuff, add the Parmesan rind. Oh my God, it's so good. The bread's looking good. We turn it down to 220 now. Yes, I'm so excited for today. Today's streams have been great. Last Wednesday, it's been rough but slow. Oh, I'm sorry. Hoping you have some nice respite soon and start to heal up. I have thought about getting my own tonsils out, and I just wish my mum and dad did it when I was young. It's the recovery and everything is a lot quicker and easier. If you're a parent, the kids need their tonsils out, get it out early. Adult tonsillectomies and are rough. Even the surgery, so I have a past life. I was a operating room nurse, and let me tell you, the actual surgery itself, it's a lot more simpler on kids as well. I had mine when I was 6. Thanks, Mum and Dad. Yeah. Thank your parents. Sour cream. And then you could add a little bit of rosemary oil if you wanted. Rosemary infused oil. Like that. Bum, ba, da. We don't have anything to make croutons. Pretty good. And then you just get rid of all of the beautiful design what you've done. Just load the cheese on. We'll get our risotto back. Okay, so it's just kind of a bit like firmer because it's dried up. Let's cool it down. Sorry, it's cooled down, so let's warm it back up. So this is like leftover risotto. What it will do is just firm up. It's totally fine. And all we want to do is add a little bit of chicken stock or a little bit of milk or cream, and it will come back together. So I can add a little bit of milk here. How long have you been with cooking? On Twitch or in general? On Twitch, coming up 6 years. Cooking for about 15 years. 15 plus years. My parents worked a lot when I was a kid growing up, and I would often come home from school and make food for the family. And I was always experimenting, and yeah, I've always loved it. So probably on Twitch for six years. I would say I probably took it seriously in the last maybe 10 years, but very seriously 5 years. You know, I was cooking stuff 5 to 6 years since I've been on Twitch has been my hugest, my largest leap in growth and education and learning. But I'm self-taught as a home cook, and my focus is on good, yummy home food that you can do at home, family style, sharing, a little bit of challenge, but showing you how, breaking down the steps to make food simple and fun. Okay. So this is chicken and chorizo risotto. Oh, that's my thumb. You when you do things with your left hand and you're just like super uncoordinated? That was an example of that. Look at this. It's just so good. The recipe for this risotto will be coming out on Monday on the website. Good answer. You know what that means. I don't know what that means. Okay. Alrighty. So I've been cooking on Twitch nearly coming up 6 years in April. You missed the follow. Oh, we don't have follow notifications on. But thank you for the follow. Thank you for coming in the community. We sometimes follow alerts and things like that. We've turned them off a few years ago because we don't want people to feel pressured by it kind of being announced that people are following. We've got like community feedback that sometimes people wait till a channel goes offline to then follow because they don't feel like being announced. But it is nice that when you come in chat and let me know that you followed and join the stream. Everyone's a little bit different and it's lovely to meet you. Okay. I think it's still a little bit wet. I'm going to add a little bit more. Could I even wine or stock? But I've just got milk here, so I'm just going to add that. Should we add more spinach? What do you think, guys? More spinach? Or would you not make it with spinach in there? I don't know. I mean, it's two minds if I want to include it in the recipe. I think beans would be better. A little bit. It does a nice proper colour, if anything. Look at that. Something you can easily meal prep on the weekend for your busy week at work. Yes. I'm always trying to answer the question, what's for dinner? So any resource is fantastic in my book. Taz, yeah. We have a website. We have a website, missmollymakes.com, and we also have 2 cookbooks that we self-published, and they're full of dinner recipes. But I have a section on the website that says what's for dinner, and it gives suggestions. At the moment, we've got on there the crumb chicken, like Italian crumb chicken schnitzels or cutlets. There's risottos. There's easy, simple, like throw together meals. Some you can slow cook or pressure cook in the barbacoa beef. But I am very much like you. Sometimes after work you've lacked that creativity or you're busy, you want something like made ahead of time or you want something that's really simple. You get back to gaming or doing whatever you're doing that afternoon. Okay. Look at this. Turn that off. Sometimes it's hard to make chorizo, or like risotto in general, look good. Sometimes it just looks messy. That's our soup, and that's our risotto. What do we think? It's not the same. Hey, Ed. Ed, you're just a boomer like me. Welcome in, 4-month resub on a 1-month streak. Appreciate you being here. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you for supporting the channel. I like the name. I don't know if you're an actual born in the boomer age or you're just a boomer like me. I often, I don't know how to say, like, maybe it's just like a little lack of care of technology. Just learning. I like it. Ed, do you like risotto? Food? Cooking? I have all the questions for you now, Ed. Look at that. Oh my goodness. It's so good. Hey Google, how long on my timer?
You have 2 timers. The 25-minute timer is running with 7 minutes and 37 seconds to go, and the 25-minute timer called oven is running with 7
God.
minutes and 45 seconds.
Thanks, Google. As it was. As we say around here, food looks better spinning. And the least I can do for you. What, you're not a boomer? Yeah, you say that. But I'm yeah, Google's just having a fit today. Exam form, I'm not a boomer, like a proper boomer, but like I've got the mindset of a boomer sometimes. You don't want to watch a film, and sometimes the things that come out of my mouth, it's like old school. Like I'm an old soul. Nah. It's just a joke because, okay, old soul. Yeah, let's go with that. Some of the shit that comes out of my mouth sometimes, it's just like, what? Who are you? I act like a boomer just to get out of doing stuff. When was the latest time you did that? I never thought you'd do such a thing. Okay, chorizo risotto. You didn't even see. Look at this. Does that look good? This spinach leaf is doing my head in. I'll take that away. Do we like? Do we like? It is so full of flavour. Okay, the bread's getting there. I just want the bread to hurry up. I don't want to make cookies because then we'll have to wait for the cookies. What can we make in the meantime? If you didn't know, on the next stream, next time on Monday, Sunday night for some of you, the new recipe will come out, and then we're going to do ChatGPT cooks. So the plan is to give ChatGPT a few ingredients and see what it comes up with. Or to ask it for a recipe for a specific thing and see if it turns out. What would you prefer? We could say, like, hey Google, give me a recipe for millionaire shortbread or potato scones or something like, or...
Okay, I've got a recipe called Millionaire's Shortbread.
Stop. Just stop talking. Or we could say, ChatGPT, give me a recipe for chicken, jalapenos, and grapefruit, or something like that. I think it'll be really fun. I think it'll be pretty crazy. Hopefully it turns out. Because this is where the technology is going, I've heard. You know, that people keep saying that ChatGPT and AI is going to take over the world. I don't know it's going to take over recipe creation. Like, theoretically, you can write a recipe and anything in a literary sense can go together, but does it in theory? Like, no, that didn't make sense. Like, in theory, it could work, but then in practice, does it actually taste good? Does it actually work? I don't think at this stage anything can really replace kind of human, like, reflection and learning, you know, like prior learning and stuff like that. ChatGPT and those auto stir-fry spinning pots will take over. Auto stir-fry spinning pots? What's that? Like a Thermomix? Hey Google, how long on my timer? Have some of this soup.
You have 2 timers. The 25-minute timer is running with 2 minutes and 48 seconds to go, and the 25-minute timer called oven is running with 2 minutes and 56 seconds.
Oven? Okay, this soup is really good. I think it needs bread. Sorry, Taz. Okay. Now, we're going to take out this one. We're going to take the lid off of the one with the top. I just want to show you the difference of why I recommend cooking in a cast iron pot. Oh God, and that's the reason. Just to stand there and look at that. It's beautiful. Where that one's not very good. We're just waiting for them to brown up now. They look good. But yeah, not very happy on that one. You'll see why. The auto-rotating commercial stir fryer. Interesting. Hey Google, cancel old timers.
All right, I canceled both of them.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, Molly.
Okay. What can we do in 10 minutes? Don't say another cocktail. What about a dessert? Okay. If I show you a dessert that I really love, you promise you can't make fun of me or you're going to take it with an open mind, okay? Something that I grew up eating, that I still love, by the way, I'm going to show you. I've never seen anything like it. When we were kids, this is what we used to do, okay? I don't know if I've done this on stream before. I may have. Okay. Get a bowl. You got a banana. You promise. I know this is weird, but trust me. Okay, so you peel a banana, and you can slice it, or you can kind of like slice it in half or whatever. But as a kid, I just did this. This is what my mum used to do, and we didn't have any money growing up, and my mum was like a really big budgeter, and she used to buy the shittest, now it looks back like the world's worst chocolate, but it was all we could afford. And it was bad. It was like the cheapest brand chocolate that she could find, but to us it was still chocolate. We loved it when we were kids, but now look back, it was pretty gross. This, just like that. And we're gonna go into the pantry. And all you want to do is get either milk or dark chocolate, but it was more, like the cheap chocolate was more dark chocolate from what I recall. You want to get like, maybe like a handful of chocolate. Just like that, chocolate drops or chopped up chocolate. And you want to microwave it for like 30 seconds. Just go 30 seconds, it might need longer, but what you want is the chocolate to melt and the banana to soften. And it seems weird, but it's so good. That's all we used to have as a kid. Sometimes I used to put cream on it. But now as an adult, I've leveled up a little bit. I don't know if I have them anymore. I think I've run out. Flaked almonds. Yeah. Another 33 seconds. I know this is super weird, but it's something that it gives me nostalgia and probably a little cringe Little bit strange seeing when you see the banana how like soft and gross it kind of looks. But damn, it is delicious. So good. Oh, you can't even see me. I think we take the bread out now. Wake up. My favorite cheap dessert was buttered toast. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good. Okay, this is bread number 1. Just on a tray with a bit of ice cubes. Not great, not terrible, okay? Like, not a lot of surface, like the steamers come out the base here rather than on top. Hasn't given a lot of cracking, okay? Not fantastic. But this is the one that I do recommend. Cooking in a cast iron, 3/4 of the way through taking the lid off. Look at that. I took the lid off a little bit too early, but it's crackly. The steams come out there. It just looks a lot nicer. Okay, so they're the 2 loaves of bread. Okay, much better. See how the shape was just a bit larger? That one's just a little bit more domed. The size of them, similar. This one's bigger because it had the steam and be able to rise a little bit more. So we'll continue on with my dessert and then I will cut into the bread. Okay. How long did you rest the dough for? So we made both of these. One of them, I don't remember. I think this one's dry active and this one's instant yeast to show you the difference between them. We let them proof for about an hour, knocked it back, shaped them and let them proof for another 40 minutes. Ideally a little bit longer. Okay, so this, bit too much choc chips, but there's all banana under there. And you can either add cream or ice cream. But usually we just ate it like that. My brother and I, Belgor, we were bowlers. That's how we used to have it. But now these days, this is, I eat it, if I'm like having like a really, you know, PMS day or something, or I just want some nostalgia, I had some flaked almonds, like that. And then a little bit of cream, like that. And that's kind of like my nostalgia in a bowl. It's like this soft banana that's like super cooked, like in the microwave, soft. It goes really sweet, like really sweet. That's too much chocolate. I usually use less chocolate. Crunch of the nuts and then the creaminess of the cream. It's really good. And it doesn't look like much. If I mix it, it looks gross. But the cooking of the bananas makes them go so sweet. And I usually have it with dark chocolate, like this. And the crunch of the nuts. Yum. So good. So yeah, what do you think? Is it too weird? Is it weird at all? Has anyone had anything like it? It's not lost on us that you're eating the dessert and not the dinner. I know, I'll eat that later. Oh my God, hot. I never thought of it. Buttered toast with cinnamon and sugar. Cinnamon and sugar sounds good. Okay. So ideally we want to let this sit for a little bit longer, but I want to show you the difference. So see how the bread is really domed? Just trying to get some of the flour off. The bread is really domed and it's had a little escape out of steam come out there. That's because the environment in the oven is really dry, and even though we got a little bit of steam, it doesn't circulate enough to gelatinize the surface to help it grow and expand like it does when we use the cast iron pan. So with a cast iron casserole dish, it locks in the steam, so there's more, it creates a steamier environment, so the surface of the bread loaf stays moist, and that allows it to rise more and grow more. And then once the steam dries up, then it hardens. So it has a longer time for expansion. And that's why you get a much better loaf. Airier, lighter, crispier surface, much prettier loaf. What you do when you use a cast iron or a casserole dish with a lid compared to this technique, just using a pan with a bit of water. Still okay, but this is better. All right? Any questions about the bread? Thank you to Grumpy Gamer who asked for the demonstration today. Sometimes I just do this, hold it over, because it has a lot of flour. Just break up any, there we go. Like a banana sauce, just a little bit. My grandpa would take slightly overripe bananas, slice them in half, pan fry them in cinnamon sugar. Yes. A little bit of brown sugar, a little bit of whiskey. Okay. So. Ideally, we want to let this rest for longer, but it's turned out okay. It's come out like that because I haven't proofed it. I haven't let it steam. The steam remover and it cool down, so that's why it's a little bit gummy. But it is such a good loaf. It's light and airy on the inside. It's crisp and crunchy on the outside. Easy, crusty loaf. It's in our cookbook, First Things First, and is a winner. Oh. Okay. Sorry, guys. Whiskey, he could never, but I could certainly. So what happens is you need to let the steam escape or it kind of goes soft and a bit moist like that. But that's just because of the stream. It won't turn out like that when you bake it. Bread, like that. And then we get our soup, like that. Potato and leek soup. And then we Yum. Need a crunch? I feel like I've wiped my face about 10 times today. Oh. Get food on my face. So, that's it. Chicken chorizo risotto, potato and leek soup, and easy crusty bread. If you have any questions, this is in First Things First, our cookbook, which is here. It's available ebook and physical copy from MissMollyMakes.com. If you have any questions about making bread, feel free to ask. We'll be back on Monday for ChatGPT Cooks. 2 days and 19 hours. But the question is, what is the question, Roselli? What do we ask at the end of the stream? What do we ask? Look at this. Crispy bread. I know, I put Rosalie on the spot. What is your DOTD? Hell's Bells knows. Thank you, Rosalie, for putting up the link. First things first, you can pick up your copy. It helps support me and my cooking and my streaming with Exceed. So DOTD, what is your dish of the day? What was your preferred meal that we cooked? Was it the chorizo and chicken risotto? Was it the soup? Was it the bread? Soup and bread this time, interesting. Thank you, Michaela. Lower. Chorizo risotto, I never would have thought to pair those. Really? Okay. I'm excited to see you guys making it. So good. Nice midweek meal. And the fast banana dish. I want all of it, especially the soup. I didn't realize how many of you guys would love the soup. Oh, you like the cocktail? Thanks, Taz. You guys. Thank you, Easy. You make me smile. Well, for me, I like the treat. This is probably the best for me, but I do love the bread. This is my go-to loaf of bread. And the soup is going to be really nice with it. Like, I'm a big fan. Soup with bread. Not one person agreed to the dessert pact. I do like the. I didn't even include it. Who liked the banana dish? It's good. How many of you like soup? I'm planning this time next week, we're going to do a soup stream. All things soup. So I'm looking for suggestions of what soups you'd like to see made that may be underappreciated. Something that you love. We're going to do an all things soup stream. What? Roberto soup? Never heard of a Roberto soup. That's good soup. Soup is awesome. I love soup. Raise his hand fiercely. I like that. French onion soup? Yes. Well, give me some suggestions in Discord. White turkey and wild rice. Interesting. Hello, mate. Hello, Leo. Welcome in. Pull up a chair, mate. Hit the follow button. If you're new, hit the follow button. Come and hang out with us Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Or if you're in North America, it is Sunday night, Tuesday night, and Thursday night. Okay. All right. French lentils. Okay, so seems as though a few of you want French onion soup. Well, let's talk about it in Discord, okay? Because I need ideas for next week's menu for all things soup. I want a few different countries, for different styles of soup. Oh, Korean mini wonton. Oh, that sounds good. Everybody, thank you for being here. We're going to jump over and see Nick. She's playing Resident Evil 4. So copy and paste the raid call message for me. Copy and paste this. We're going to go and raid her. Please come over. Please give her some love. Next time on is ChatGPT Cooks. So we're going to be getting ChatGPT to throw out some recipes and we're going to make them on stream. Figure out if ChatGPT is the future. If my job is redundant now. Thank you for those who have supported the channel today. Grumpy Gamer resub for 41 months. Lance for 15 months. BCK Crunch for 14 months. Taryn for 41 months. SpongeBob for 29 months. Ed the Boomer resub for 4 months. Roscoe rated. Bonzo Kuru rated. So thank you everyone for being here, supporting me, enjoying the content, and keeping me here. You guys enjoy this. You guys hitting the follow button, sharing with your friends and family, buying merch, subscribing to the channel, all helps me keep in business. Take care, brush your hair, be good to yourself and those around you. Spread some love this weekend, and we'll see you on Monday. Bye.